This is a pivotal moment because this is like the rallying cry of the entire conservative media ecosystem. And I think this is not one of those things that's just going to be hand-waved by Donald Trump. Something has to happen because every single time Donald Trump speaks on this issue, he ends up creating a Streisand effect around the Jeffrey Epstein files. And people go, what the f***? You said you wanted to release this shit. Why aren't you releasing this shit? Anyway, let's get to Pam Bondi and Jeffrey Epstein.
Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl, who will be hosting This Week later this morning. John, thanks for being with us. Exactly what Gio was just talking about. The reported firings at the Justice Department, they come as Attorney General Pam Bondi faces some backlash from some Trump supporters over the Epstein files. What's the president saying about her?
Yeah, we're going to take a deep dive into this rather murky story on This Week. It's a huge controversy that has pitted the MAGA movement, some of Trump's loudest and most prominent supporters, against Pam Bondi and others in the Trump administration over their promise to release the so-called Epstein files, the investigative records on the case of Jeffrey Epstein, of course, was the convicted sex trafficker, financier who was found dead in his jail cell back in 2019. Pam Bondi is, over the weekend, there was a big event in Tampa, a Turning Points USA event. This is the core of Trump's MAGA movement, and speaker after speaker was slamming her, blaming her for the fact that the material has not been released and apparently is not going to be released. But overnight, Donald Trump put out a lengthy Truth Social post, Janae. I mean, it's a long one. It goes on for a full page, saying that he effectively has complete confidence in Pam Bondi and saying, what is going on with my, quote, boys, and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job.
I mean, John, you described the story as murky. It just gets murkier. And thank you for showing us just how long that Truth Social post was. Also want to ask you about what you've heard about the timing for and the reasons behind the timing for the new round of Trump tariffs.
This is some significant new tariffs against America's closest allies and biggest trading partners, Canada, Mexico, the European Union. They will go in effect on August 1st. Significant tariffs that were coming just as these countries were negotiating with the United States to try to get, some kind of a trade agreement in place. But it's basically happening because the president's, a 90-day pause that he announced is coming to a close, and he's following through with his threat to.
Dude, they fucking hit this line so much. They hit it so hard. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think it's going away, dude. I think every time Trump talks about it, it makes things worse. Every time Trump talks about it, people get even more agitated where they're like, okay, dude, what the is happening? But I will say, it wasn't Trump that said something that freaked me out. It was Richie Torres. Now, I've talked extensively about how Jeffrey Epstein obviously was both an agent of the CIA and also Mossad as well. But it was Israel's attack dog, Richie Torres, going on television and saying these words that made me go, oh my God, this got to be something that the Israeli state doesn't want out. Yes, I got the Tucker Carlson clip, and I will obviously cover Tucker Carlson's statements as well, even though he is a charlatan. And I know Richie Torres has changed his statement since he did that TV hit, but it was alarming that he even did that TV hit to begin with, okay? Where is it? Let me see if I can find it real quick, because it was truly, truly shocking. Does anyone have the Richie Torres statement? This is a bombshell. This is a gift given to the Democrats once again through Trump's pure incompetence. And here is AIPAC's attack dog, Richie Torres, coming out on CNN and saying this.
Can we be clear that the Epstein controversy is a distraction of Donald Trump's own making, that he was fanning the flames of the Epstein conspiracy theory during the campaign? And so now he's essentially an arsonist pretending to be a firefighter. And there was no need for an investigation. The medical examiner had investigated the matter and found that Epstein died by suicide. The same conclusions were drawn by the Bureau of Federal Prisons. There was no need for a new investigation unless the purpose was to legitimize a conspiracy theory. Can we be clear that the Epstein controversy is a distraction?
When I saw this, I was like, oh, okay. Okay. This got to be a boss call. This got to be an Israel boss call. Because it's like, why else? Do you think Torres is on the list? No, dude. Torres is not. Torres is a random nobody when Jeffrey Epstein was popping off. He has since walked it back. And now he's saying, dear Donald Trump and Pam Bondi, release the Epstein files. Whatever happened, the promises made, promises kept. But Richie Torres doesn't go on television and say anything unless it's something that Israel wants him to say. Okay? Just remember that. He doesn't go on TV to make statements unless it is directly a statement that Israel wants out there, even if he is a very shitty person to make that statement, as is the case here. He's just not a very good communicator. That's why he looks silly here.
To impose very harsh tariffs on countries with whom we have not established a new trade agreement with.
I mean, John, we always say it's a busy news morning. It certainly is for you. Thank you so much for being with us. And make sure to tune in to This Week later this morning with John.
And this is the first topic that all of us as Americans, not as Democrats, not as liberals, not as Republicans, are actually lining together and saying we all want the Epstein files. And I said, come on, Donald, give us those files.
We are here at the Turning Point USA Summit in Tampa, Florida. It is a big gathering of Trump supporters. And one thing everybody seems to be talking about here this weekend, Jeffrey Epstein.
We need to get to the bottom of Epstein because Epstein is the key.
Dude, this guy saying that is so crazy because no one in that room knows this, but Steve Bannon literally had direct communications with Jeffrey Epstein and actually filmed a fake deposition that he set up for Jeffrey Epstein and has 15 hours of footage, which he claims he did because he wanted to actually investigate Jeffrey Epstein. But if that's the case, why hasn't he released the footage? If it's not actually a real deposition and or if he's not actually coaching him and it's an investigation, why the hasn't he released the footage?
That picks the lock.
Let me just ask you, make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
This is Turning Point USA's Student Action Summit. It's an event aimed at mobilizing young conservatives. Ultimately, I mean, how bad do you think it would be for the MAGA movement, for young people's trust in Trump if by the end of his term they don't release everything they know about Epstein?
Well, I think that if they don't release the Epstein files, whatever J.D. Vance says then is irrelevant because it's like everybody's going to take it as like a lie because of what Donald Trump did. But I think J.D. Vance wants these files released as well. And I think that Donald Trump, he promised them, so he needs to do it. No matter who's on them, we need to release the Epstein files.
Because right now the whole debate's about Bongino versus Bondi, but ultimately it's Trump's decision, right? I mean, he has the power.
It's Trump's decision. It's Trump's decision. I think, again, and I'm not going to make the decision for the president. It's not my job. It's not my place. But I do think the way that I'm seeing it played out is that Bongino will be here and Pam Bondi will be the fall guy.
You think that's fair?
I don't think anything's fair in politics.
And now to another big story. The president is defending U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Her and FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino are reportedly at odds over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files.
Shanley Painter.
Brother, this is a pivotal moment because this has been the rallying cry of the entire conservative media ecosystem. Spumoni says the Epstein story is so great because it is the base saying they want it for themselves. They're so completely primed to getting what they want, and they thought they'd get this too, that now that they're not, they're literally eating themselves. Yeah. I personally have said over and over again that there is no way that they would reveal the actual Jeffrey Epstein files because it is a blackmail operation conducted by both the CIA and Mossad. Why would they do that? Okay? And I think Democrats who are now actually confidently saying release the Epstein files, with some notable exceptions, are saying that knowing full well that Trump will never release the actual Epstein files. This is having a total Streisand effect. Do you think they'll try to dump it on someone like Bondi and we'll just blow over? This will just blow over too? I think eventually, as everything else, this will also blow over for sure. But this is not one of those things that's just going to be hand-waved by Donald Trump. Something has to happen. Some changes have to happen or something that like pushes the conversation back a little bit. Because every single time Donald Trump speaks on this issue, he ends up advancing the cause. He ends up creating a Streisand effect around the Jeffrey Epstein files, and people go, what the f***? You said you wanted to release this shit. Why aren't you releasing this shit? I think the reason why they're not releasing anything, and not even like, for example, Democrats that are involved, because everybody knows that there are Democrats involved in this, is because there are a fuck ton of Republicans and also apolitical elites, people that fund both parties from time to time, that are also involved. Okay? That's it.
Joining us now with the details on that story. Hey, Chanley.
Hey, Kevin, Rachel, and Charlie. So the president is stepping in to defend his attorney general, Pam Bondi, as doing, quote, a fantastic job after she came under fire from some Trump supporters over the Department of Justice's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. The president posting this in part, quote, 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. The president's post coming after some Trump supporters criticized Bond.
Nope. You can't just hand wave this away, bro. I think he thinks this is just like any other story. You're still talking about that guy? Who cares? He was a loser. Stop talking about him. Every time he says that, people go, that's suspicious. Especially considering how many photos there are of Donald Trump hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, dude. I mean, come on.
Or even called for her resignation after the DOJ and the FBI on Sunday released a joint 2-page statement on the Epstein case that concluded there was no celebrity client list, naming those who allegedly took part in Epstein's history as a sexual predator. In February, though, Bondi had indicated that such a document was sitting on her desk. The DOJ also concluded that Epstein did commit suicide in his New York City jail cell in 2019. While awaiting further sex trafficking charges, yet a missing minute in the jail video that was released has only spurred conspiracy theorists. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino reportedly clashed with Bondi over her handling of the Epstein matter last week and has told confidants that he may actually resign if Bondi remains in her post. Guys, we shall see.
Thank you, Chanley.
Thanks, Chanley.
You know, obviously there are lots and lots of questions that have been swirling about Jeffrey Epstein for a long time, for over 10 years, and the government's involvement in it. If there's anybody who could walk in and say, okay, we've resolved all of the questions and there is nothing here, it would be President Trump and his crew. The problem is you can't really do it without giving some explanation, and there has to be some explanation, and I think that's why you have a lot of people still pretty...
This is Trump loyalists in mainstream media trying to give Trump talking points and trying to explain why Trump is failing to Trump. When they say, oh, like, if there's any man who could put this to rest, it's Donald Trump. But he really needs to do a better job of explaining why, after, you know, running around and consistently claiming that Jeffrey Epstein situation was like weird.
with a lot of very valid questions about it.
You absolutely nailed it. You can defuse this ticking time bomb if you simply get out there, sit down, the AG, get the deputy director, and get the director himself. Put them in front of cameras, have them make a statement, and have them answer questions. We're only talking about 5 or 10 questions. But what this will do is, first of all, restores confidence. Number 2, it answers some of the basics, especially the simple things like...
They didn't even throw the MAGA weirdos a bone and mention the Clintons because they can't. It's the same reason why Barack Obama did not prosecute war criminals of the previous administration. It's because it's like this. When you're above a certain level, when you are a part of the ruling class in the United States of America, that class interest transcends ideological boundaries. Okay? That's it. Trump going after the Clintons is basically like going after himself. Why do you think Donald Trump didn't jail Hillary Clinton? After saying, lock her up over and over and over again, the first time he ran. Why did he not lock her up? I wanted that to happen. It would have been awesome. That's it.
You can't tell me that 1,000 people were hurt and that there are no people out there that we can arrest. You can't tell me that, oh, sorry, we don't have a list. Fine, don't have a list. Tell me who the perpetrators were. Let's depose every single person who might have had a chance to get on that list and might have been out there at that island, and let's talk to them. Let's find out what happened. You telling me other videos out there in New Mexico and at the island and in New York, and nobody saw anything? I don't buy it, and that's why they need to get out there and face the fire. Doesn't have to be long, but you have to answer questions to the American people, because absent that, the story won't die, and that's a distraction the president doesn't want.
Of course, and in that True Social that he put out, he talked about all his accomplishments.
Yeah.
And he's saying, why let's not let this overcome. And I think he doesn't want that. I think his supporters don't want that. And I think that's why they want just some simple answers.
Yeah. And of course, he's right about that. I mean,
there's no question.
None of this mars any of the extraordinary accomplishments, and we want to keep going.
That's right.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
And I think the real
of the United States is trying to cover the Epstein story. It's the double down right here on Truth Social. A big post saying that actually it's the Democrats who wrote the Epstein files.
That was so good. Like, the idea that it's actually the Epstein client list is real, but the Democrats wrote it, which is an implication that, like, if they were to release anything, it's fake because the Democrats put a lot of, like, Republicans on the list. I mean, that's basically what this is, right? Oh, the client list is fake because, like, the Democrats put a bunch of Republicans on it. Meanwhile, that response was so stupid that even Fox News, as you noticed, didn't even run with it. Also, if the Democrats wrote the list, why didn't the Democrats release the list? If it was if it was actually a totally fake list that they put together. Yeah. Even Benny Johnson is speaking out against it. And Benny Johnson is a lapdog of the admin. Felix says, I don't think they could have done a worse job on this if they released a video where it's obviously Trump on the Lolita Express and put a big label over him that says AOC and went, well, look at that. It would have gone over better.
So President Trump has acknowledged that the Epstein files exist here. President Trump has acknowledged that the files were written and that there is something there. He says that they were written, however, by his enemies and therefore will not be released. Whoa, what? That's new in this entire zeitgeist.
This was the absolute worst possible way to deflect away. Oh, there is a list. It's real, but the Democrats wrote it, which implies, in the eyes of every single person that's paying attention to this, which is a lot of MAGA Republicans, this simply is an admission that, like, you're on the list, or at least your homies are on the list, and that's the reason why you're trying to protect the list from ever being released. Oh, you're saying like, oh, the Democrats wrote the list. And it's funny because, look, we know who a lot of these people are. Like, it's not speculation that the Clintons were deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. It's not. We know for a fact that the Clintons were directly involved with Epstein. They would go to his New Mexico mansion, the ranch. Okay? We know that. We know Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, Ehud Barak was deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. He would go to his New York mansion. Okay? We know Donald Trump used to be deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein, was friends with him. Jeffrey Epstein would go to Mar-a-Lago. His initial mansion was in Palm Springs, right down the street from Mar-a-Lago. He used Mar-a-Lago as an environment for recruiting young girls, victims, into his sex trafficking schemes. Okay? Or not Palm Springs, sorry, Palm Beach. I apologize. We know, like, all of this stuff is out in the open. Like, none of this is, like, fake. The thing that you could at least point to with Trump, at least in the past, was, well, you know, he said a lot of positive things about Jeffrey Epstein, but he cut ties with him, as far as we know, after he was outed as a pedophile, as a pedophile sex trafficker, right? As opposed to the people that I just mentioned, Ehud Barak and the Clintons and whatnot, they were, long after this was out, they were still maintaining contact. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell was front and center at Chelsea Clinton's wedding, guys. It's not hidden. This stuff is, like, well documented. It's photographed. It's out in the world. It's out in the real world. Like, you don't get, here, there she is in the mouse cursor. You can see here's Bill Clinton. Here's Chelsea Clinton. Bill is walking his daughter down the aisle. And there is Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, and if you've ever been to a wedding, especially a wedding of the ruling class like this, that placement is deliberate. Okay, that shows her closeness to the family. Like, she got a aisle seat as a honorary guest at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. That is on purpose. That is how close she is to the family. And this is far after Jeffrey Epstein was already outed. I need you to understand, it's not like this stuff is hidden. Alan Dershowitz is a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Alan Dershowitz goes on Fox News still to this day with regular frequency. Part of what Alan Dershowitz used to do was disparage Virginia Giuffre every opportunity he had on Fox News. He was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. So we already know there are plenty of powerful people out and about that have been called out. There are plenty of people who are out and about that have been called into question. Yeah, 1 year ago, we witnessed a miracle. There truly was a guardian angel looking out for him that day. So this is just the client list, which, you know, people say is not a real client list or whatever. Okay, whatever you want to call it, is just people wanting confirmation about what we already know. How much were Jeffrey Epstein's high-profile clients, how much were they involved with the actions of Jeffrey Epstein? Okay, that's it. Who's in the videos that Jeffrey Epstein shot in all of his different properties that were all in his terabyte of video footage that he had carefully crafted and put aside? So that's it.
Something that is wildly interesting, and then he goes all in on supporting Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. No mention of Dan Bongino, where all of this, again, sort of transpired. Okay. So President Trump has acknowledged that the Epstein files exist here. President Trump has acknowledged that the files were written.
It's crazy.
This is just after Elon Musk, who worked with Trump for many months, said that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Obviously, we've already seen deflections from the president about Epstein, saying that it's a disgrace to talk about it.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? It just seems like a desecration.
But today it goes a step further. Quick context. There's been a lot of infighting in the Republican Party over basically who's at fault for the giant botch of the Epstein files, with the majority of Republicans not wanting to believe that Trump himself was against the full release, but rather that he was sort of tricked into not releasing the Epstein files by one of his lackeys. But today, Donald Trump came out and basically backed Pam Bondi, saying
this is perhaps the worst possible way that he could have dealt with it, because at least there was plausible deniability from all of the Trump orbiters that still want to defend him. And now he basically confirmed that he's the one who's standing in opposition for the release of these files.
they're all going after Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Democrats who conned the world with the Russia hoax? They created the Epstein files just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton Steele dossier. Now, this is such a smokescreen and a deflection. This is not a left versus right issue. Epstein never has been. It's the people versus the predators, not left versus right. The people versus the pedophiles, the people versus the people on planes. There ain't no left versus right here. In fact, some of the people who want this the most.
Yeah. A lot of right-wingers in the MAGA base want this. A lot of liberals and leftists want this too. I will say this. I don't think liberals have as much brand loyalty to the Clintons or any other liberal that might be in the Epstein files as do the Republicans to Donald Trump. I don't think that that is a controversial statement, which is precisely the reason why I would say that it's more shocking that the MAGA Republicans still demand the release of these files, knowing full well that this might actually implicate Donald Trump as well. This is one of the few instances where I will say that the reason why, for example, the Democrats didn't make a bigger deal about the Epstein releases during the election cycle when what's-his-face was running around, Michael Wolff did a bombshell release. And he is a bit of a fabulist, but Michael Wolff did a bombshell release talking about how he has tapes with Jeffrey Epstein, where Jeffrey Epstein tells him that he was still connected to Donald Trump. This, under different circumstances, would be utilized by a competent party against Donald Trump. This was in the lead up to the election. Okay? Do you understand? Like this is a huge, this was a bombshell piece of information leading up to the election cycle. Why did the Democrats not talk about it? Because the Democrats know for a fact that Jeffrey Epstein is connected to some elite pedophile Democrats as well. Because they were too busy defending the Clintons. They were too busy defending power. Trump and the right-wing movement doesn't play by those rules and would rather burn everything to the ground in an effort to win leverage over a conspiracy-backed audience, a conspiracy-minded audience, even if they have no intention of ever releasing these documents. And that is where we are now. I think that, you know, these people were fully aware that they had no intention of releasing these documents, but they still tuned up their base over and over and over again. It's not even a conspiracy, though. I know. Well, this is a conspiracy in the actual original term conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory. The Jeffrey Epstein stuff isn't. But conspiracy theorists also obviously look at this as well. They hyper-focus on this as well because it's kind of like 9/11 or the JFK assassination, right? There is still a lot that is unsolved about these things. And so people develop their own personal theories, some of which are far-fetched and others that are closer to reality. But the people that are invested in conspiracy theories in general also tune into these like real world conspiracies that are quote unquote unsolved. And Trump's base is full of guys who believe in far-fetched conspiracy theories that also understandably are hyper-focusing on this conspiracy, not conspiracy theory, but conspiracy, to conspire.
Most are people on the right, even on Truth Social, obviously a hugely Trump-favored place. Everybody is saying, no, this is unacceptable. You have to release the files. Later in the post, Trump also says that these are radical left-inspired documents and to not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. But actually, we all do care about it. You know who doesn't actually want this out? The elites. That's why they've never done it. That's why it was a compelling pitch when Donald Trump hinted to his base that maybe he was going to release the files. People largely didn't trust the job that Biden had done. That's why it was a compelling story. So the idea now that it was Biden and Obama who invented the Epstein files is absolutely preposterous. They don't want that out either. And maybe that's because, as a producer of 60 Minutes alleged, Ghislaine Maxwell implied that there were tapes on Trump and also tapes on Clinton. You know who else said it? Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, saying Epstein said, "What I know about both candidates, the 2016 election would have to be canceled." So this whole idea that this is a left or right thing, it's not. It's the elites. Anybody who was on that plane, anybody who was associated with Epstein, seen with Epstein, even if they did nothing wrong, they don't want that out. Everyone who wasn't seen with Epstein, wasn't on that plane, of course they all want the files out. And what's interesting is obviously the Trump administration has sort of played footsie with this idea for a long time, playing to their base. They know this is a big issue. They had the influencers stand out there with a bunch of released material. But we also showed clips of Donald Trump implying that maybe Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew were doing bad things on the island.
Bill Clinton. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island. That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
So consistently, Trump has hinted that.
Yeah. His FBI, by the way, Trump's own FBI, Trump's own Department of Justice, this past week stopped the Prince Andrew probe. That's right. Trump and his Department of Justice officially ended the probe into Prince Andrew. Now, Prince Andrew is, unlike some of these other suspected affiliates, or suspected rapists, let's say, child rapists, that are known affiliates, because if we were to categorize this broadly, like, you have affiliates, but we don't know what they did, and then you have people who you suspect as being affiliates, but again, you don't know the extent of their affiliation. And last but not least, there is the third category, which is an affiliate that has an actual victim come out and name with footage. Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew fall in the third category. Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew, unironically, were named and have been photographed with Ghislaine Maxwell and even Virginia Giuffre, as is this photo, as you can see. Virginia Giuffre, who unfortunately passed away recently after an incident in Australia. Same with the Dersh. And as I said, Prince Andrew was even basically disowned by his own mother, the Queen of England. So, like, that person, after being outed and had a bunch of these people yell about him, even that investigation being dropped by the Department of Justice is crazy. Here's another version of this as well. This is a confirmed Epstein victim, Sarah Ransom, former prisoner of his island, in contact with the FBI deputy director as recently as last week, accusing Peter Mendelsohn of sex trafficking children. To date, he's been asked about it publicly only 3 times, once replying simply, "F off." So we know all this shit. So there are people who are directly photographed with victims. It's so strange that they wouldn't even go after those people. But the very fact that the very refusal of prosecuting even people who have been pictured with victims, people who are like known offenders, you know, that paired up with like victim testimony, photographic evidence, that makes it so. I mean, that obviously creates a very interesting environment around this. It's an active cover-up.
That maybe these guys were involved with Epstein, maybe it was bad, but turns out all these guys knew each other and knew Epstein. We know this in part from a Piers Morgan interview where he talks to a lady who went to a dinner party with Trump, Clinton, Epstein, and Prince Andrew.
Extraordinary collection of very high-power people. How did they all interact with Epstein? How did Trump, Clinton, and Prince Andrew interact with him?
Everyone was very, very pally with him, you know. It was like there was a close bonds. You could see that.
So these guys knew each other, apparently had dinner parties together, all of them together. Trump later accuses two of the guys of doing bad things. And then when we release the files, can we release the files? Well, no, actually, no, we can't do that. Nobody cares about that. The reason why seems obvious. Epstein knew Prince Andrew. Yes, he knew Bill Clinton. Yes. But he also knew Donald Trump. And recently, tapes were released of Epstein talking and calling Donald Trump his closest friend.
So how do you know this?
So it makes intuitive sense to distance yourself from files that may or may not have your name in it, and even distance yourself from the people involved. It's worth stating Trump actually denied knowing Prince Andrew.
I don't know Prince Andrew.
Of course, this was immediately debunked by photos showing the two together. And of course, showing that they clearly knew each other as of 2000. Now, the reason you would deny knowing Prince Andrew, even though you did, is obvious. At the time, he was facing allegations related to Epstein. By the way, allegations that now are basically over. Prince Andrew is very happy about us dropping the Epstein probe. A source for The Sun said he's only been abroad once since the scandal.
Yeah. I mean, Prince Andrew is like the tip of the spear, right? So the very fact that Prince Andrew himself is also like, who is very obviously guilty. The very fact that the DOJ would drop that is crazy. Tip of the iceberg, sorry.
Erupted. Prince Andrew has always been very nervous about going abroad and always looking over his shoulder, as he should be, in my opinion. But now he's very happy because the guy who never met him but was photographed with him in 2000 just ended the investigation. Now, I have to say, Trump's been pretty consistent on the fact he has no interest in releasing the Epstein files in full. He said this multiple times. The reason most people have sort of a false memory of this, the reason it's sort of a Mandela effect that he campaigned on the idea of releasing the Epstein files, is because Fox News released a deceptively edited clip where they cut out the part where he said, yeah, I'll probably release the Epstein files. And they cut out the part where then he backtracks on that completely.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
And that's the part most of us saw. Of course, later, people found out that the full clip showed him.
Who's that right there interviewing Donald Trump? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's only the Secretary of Defense. At the time, he was just a simple Fox News commentary person. But now, of course, he has a different career. DUI hire. Classic.
And that's the part most of us saw. Of course, later, people found out that the full clip showed him saying basically the opposite.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
We also have Bill O'Reilly on News Nation saying he just talked to Trump back on St. Patrick's Day, and Trump basically said the same thing.
He said, and I agree, there are a lot of names associated with Epstein that had nothing to do with Epstein's conduct. They maybe had lunch with him or maybe had some correspondence for one thing or another. If that name gets out, those people are destroyed because there's not going to be any context. Media doesn't care about context. So you can't do that.
So over and over, we've seen the same answer from the president. Not the fact that, oh, no, the Epstein files, it's a lefty conspiracy. No, actually, it's the worry that people in the files are going to have their lives destroyed by the files. That sounds a lot more like covering for the people in the files than it does covering the victims. We've heard Kash Patel and Pam Bondi talk about, oh, we got to protect the victims.
Go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims.
Like, it's pretty simple with the Epstein stuff. A lot of people in positions of power are understandably making this somewhat logical calculation that if this were to be released, because elite pedophilia and like sex trafficking rings are of bipartisan consensus, that it would basically ruin societal elite. It's not enough that they basically have designed a system where they extract all of your surplus labor value and become immensely powerful and control all facets of media, all facets of information by social media, also simultaneously making you work day in, day out, and see nothing in return for that. But then on top of that, there is obviously some additional ties that hold people together. I don't think it's like ritualistic or anything like that, but I do think that there's at least like some kind of a blackmail operation involved, like that Jeffrey Epstein was seen as like a fixer of sorts, right? And therefore, this would implicate a lot of societal elite, whether liberal or Republican. Okay, it's a mutual. It's the MAD. It's the pedophilia. Exactly. It's the pedophile MAD, mutual assured destruction. You know, so these guys they're not invested in undermining the system that they are now in charge of, understandably so. But for us on the outside, this goes beyond the normalized attitude that we have, where we do not recognize our class position and we do not recognize our class interests. But this is one thing that we all recognize as like morally repugnant behavior, which is pedophile sex trafficking. It is morally repugnant. It's completely unacceptable. It's the most evil thing you can do. And therefore, many people don't give a shit about society falling apart if that's the case. Because why would they? If the foundations of what keep the American societal elite together is this like pedophilia sex trafficking ring, then yeah, break it, burn it to the ground, right? It's understandable that people would be like, I don't want any association with that. It's not even something that you can, it's not something that you can simply just like wash away. It's also not like capitalism in the sense that you can get people to be on board with it, to get people invested in it, to get people to feel like they have a upper hand, to get people to feel like if they were to just be loyal soldiers to capital, that one day they can also be a billionaire or a millionaire. There is no meritocratic propaganda to sex trafficking of minors. No one sees Jeffrey Epstein as an ambitious figure. No one thinks, oh, one day I too want to work really hard and be in the inner circle of elite pedophile sex traffickers in the way that they do feel about capitalism in general and the prosperity that it brings if you are a willing participant, that one day you too could be a millionaire. There are temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires. There are no temporarily embarrassed pedophiles. Okay? It's not an aspirational figure. Do you understand? This is the reason why there is in the most predictable, most American way, this is the one thing that unites class interest, that actually creates class consciousness. Ironically enough, we cannot instill class consciousness on the boundaries of class, but of course, because we're so conspiratorially minded, this is the one area where there is actually some semblance of class consciousness and class unity, which is crazy.
We're not going to re-victimize women. We're not going to put that back out there.
But when we actually hear the president talk about it, and the real reason, right, because he's ultimately the decision maker on whether this gets released, what the real reason is cited is not about victims. It is about the people, the names in the thing. So I find it disgusting. They're using the victims of Epstein as a shield for the people who are actually in these files. Now, of course, who specifically is he worried about? Well, maybe it's his friends. Maybe it's people he has dinner parties with. And of course, maybe it's him, Donald Trump, that he's worried about. The journalist Michael Wolff actually quotes Steve Bannon as saying Jeffrey Epstein was really feared in 2016 for what he knew.
I'll have the full video here as well.
I was there, and it was that moment, and Bannon said to Epstein, and he said this in a good humor. He said, during the campaign, it would be the 2016 campaign, you, meaning Jeffrey Epstein, were the only person I was afraid of.
So that is 3 independent sources. You've got the Ira Rosen quote, the Michael Wolff quote, and that Mark Epstein quote, all saying that there is some type of damaging information on Trump. 2 of those people specifically implying that it's also on Clinton as well. You also have the Elon Musk allegation from left field, but he doesn't source anybody, so we won't count that. Either way, I must say, I don't know for sure if Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Donald Trump were heavily involved in anything nefarious or not. That is exactly why we should all demand that we open these files. But the possibility of both Democrats and Republicans being implicated in some of these files, whether they did it or not, or just knew him, may give a plausible reason for why the Epstein files have been heavily redacted this whole time. There are very powerful people involved. We've known that. The reason we've been given, of course, is that, we've got to protect the victims. The real reason behind the scenes is really they're protecting the powerful people. Now, the most charitable interpretation is, as Bill O'Reilly said, it's because those people would have their lives ruined. They had nothing to do with Epstein, but we know some of them probably did. We know this from the Miami Herald because the FBI agents who searched Epstein's house found a cache of thick black binders all labeled with names that contained hundreds of naked or semi-naked photographs on CDs that Epstein stored in various places. The labels on the binders were redacted from photos because prosecutors said they were names of third parties who were not relevant to the case they are mounting against Ghislaine Maxwell. So my question is, are those some of the third parties? Their names are on binders with a bunch of explicit photographs that Epstein was storing? That seems like something we should be investigating. Or what about the fact that since the FBI is saying there's no blackmail involved with Jeffrey Epstein, we investigate the Wall Street Journal report that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly tried to extort Bill Gates over an extramarital affair, because I thought there was no blackmail involved. And my real plea to people is to not allow comments like this, these statements about partisan politics, to trick you into thinking this is some type of left versus right issue.
No, it's elites versus regular people that want to know the truth. Here it is. Lee Fong does the classic pedantic take. The Epstein list is a bit of a misnomer. There are hundreds of docs, pictures, and videos taken from Epstein's homes featuring his high-profile Rolodex, politicians, CEOs, etc., engaging with the underage women he victimized. That's what Trump is suppressing and lying about. The Epstein files is a grating discourse object because, yeah, there were surely incriminating things in his possession, as Lee points out, that have disappeared since the arrest. But the moron MAGA crowd hyped up the files as a vague burn book, making QAnon prophecy come true. I'm just grateful that the intelligent inquiry into the conspiracy is pendulum swinging back to left-coded, just in time for the reportedly huge Washington Post story coming out tomorrow about George Joanides, the CIA, and the assassination of JFK. Yeah, underage women, a.k.a. children. Robert Skvarla says, I keep returning to the data broker with intelligence ties that was tracking the devices of people traveling to and from Epstein's properties. Now, however, 11,279 coordinates obtained by Wired show not only a flood of traffic to Epstein's island property nearly a decade after his conviction as a sex offender, but also points to as many as 166 locations throughout the U.S. where near intelligence infers that visitors to Little St. James likely lived and worked. The cache also points to cities in Ukraine, the Cayman Islands, and Australia, among others. Near intelligence, for example, tracked devices visiting Little St. James from locations in 80 cities, crisscrossing 26 U.S. states and territories, with Florida, Massachusetts, Texas, Michigan, and New York topping the list. The coordinates points to mansions and gated communities in Michigan and Florida, homes in Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket in Massachusetts, a nightclub in Miami, and the sidewalk across the street from Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue in New York City. The coordinates also point to various Epstein properties beyond Little St. James, including his 8,000-acre New Mexico ranch and a waterfront mansion on El Brillo Way in Palm Beach, where prosecutors said in an indictment that Epstein trafficked numerous minor girls for the purposes of molesting and abusing them. Near data is notably missing any locations from Europe where citizens are safeguarded by comprehensive privacy laws. Yeah, we tracked every, this is the Wired article associated with this, or the Wired video associated with this article. Several ad exchanges, according to Wall Street Journal, have reportedly terminated arrangements with Near, claiming that its use of their data violated the exchange's terms of service. Officially, this data is intended to be used by companies hoping to determine where potential customers work and reside. But in October 2023, the Journal revealed that Near had once provided data to the U.S. military via a maze of obscure marketing companies, cutouts, and conduits to defense contractors. Bankruptcy records reviewed by Wired showed that in April 2023, Near Intelligence signed a year-long contract with another firm called In Context, a subsidiary of defense contractor Sierra Nevada. Remember when I told you that China does not actually need to spy on American citizens because they can use data brokers to do whatever kind of surveillance that they want to, that their spy satellites would not cover? This is precisely what I was talking about. Okay? What is this? Sarah Ransom tweeted this earlier, but deleted all of her posts, and she was a victim of Epstein. Oh, with Dan Bongino? What the? Anyway, as I was saying, data brokers can allow comprehensive pinpoint accuracy on people that you want to surveil in the United States of America, where we don't have, where we very clearly don't have any privacy laws whatsoever. This is one of the only instances where you can at least take advantage of that to conduct some sort of comprehensive investigation. Elmo got hacked and is talking about Epstein. Okay, I don't care about that. Yeah, he says release the files, and he adds Donald Trump and he calls him a child. And Context secured 6 federal contracts to provide data in support of the National Security Agency and Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency, according to reporting by Byron Tao, author of Means of Control, an expose of data broker industry and its ties to the U.S. surveillance state. According to information released during a $100 million funding round in 2019, NEAR claims to have information on roughly 1.6 billion people in 44 countries. I'm gonna Brian kill me if one more person says the annoying orange says release the files on IG, but it's legit orange is actually based. What are you saying, dude? I don't care about what the annoying orange is saying. Who gives a you goddamn faillennial? I had a real eye for real estate, man. Just like he was brilliant. He was a brilliant quant. That's why he had billions of dollars that some of the wealthiest individuals in society gave him. Like literally just gave him. For example, Les Wexner, who famously gave him power of attorney over his entire fortune, for example. You know, nothing weird here. Please do not ask any silly questions. Okay, you don't understand. This guy was just brilliant at math. Okay, he was so good at math. Yeah, everyone went to him for tax advice and also just advice in general. I don't care that the Elmo account tweeted about the Epstein files. What is wrong with people? Yes, we saw chatters. What the is going on? Dude, you have to watch. Dude, Shane Dawson tweeted about Hasanabi, Shane Dawson tweeted about release the Epstein files. Hasanabi, you have to cover this. Onision tweeted about the Epstein files. PewDiePie tweeted about the Epstein files. You have to cover it. Yeah, the Elmo account is obviously hacked. Elmo says all Jews should die, Jews. That's what the Elmo account is saying now. Donald Trump is Netanyahu's puppet because he's in the Epstein files. Jews control the world and need to be exterminated. Are you guys happy? The Elmo account is not based, it turns out. I don't care about random Twitter accounts, man. Zero Ohio, W Ohio. What do you mean? Les Wexner is like the #1 Ohioan. What are you talking about? If anything, Ohio is deeply compromised and directly connected to Jeffrey Epstein, given Les Wexner is like one of the top affiliates. Ohio is big time compromised here. How do you remember he's from Ohio? Your brain is fascinating. Les Wexner, he owns Ohio. He's like, outside of a deity-like figure like LeBron James, he's Ohio's biggest export, which I shouldn't even be mentioning in the same breath as Jeffrey Epstein, to be fair.
In a relationship with a convicted, secluded 8,000 acres.
Yeah, this is the Zorro Ranch. This is the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico that I talked about. The Clintons would famously go to the Zorro Ranch quite frequently. The Clintons would go here all the time. Okay, they would use this ranch in New Mexico, Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, with regular frequency. Yeah, it's because the European Union actually offers tremendous data privacy to everyone, which is, you know, in this case, I guess technically a bad thing. But it is actually ultimately a very good thing. You guys are so primed to see a hashtag ad that you literally think a Wired.com, Wired magazine news report about data brokers is a ad. You guys are literally Pavlovian, dude. It is straight up like a Pavlovian response to hearing about private data brokers stealing your information. You're so mad that it was wrong? I don't know. I don't know why I have such a short fuse. Back in the day, I used to take a day off and then I would come back refreshed. Nowadays, when I take a day off, I come back pissed off because I'm like, man, that when I took a day off, shit felt off. Jean-Luc Brunel, major Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, also died under mysterious circumstances as well. Oh, a lot of these guys, man. It's just like, February 19th, 2022, at age 76, Jean-Luc Brunel, Epstein associate, was found dead in a Paris prison cell. But once again, must be a coincidence. Must be a coincidence. Yeah, and then this guy right on the money goes, why won't the whistleblowers come forward? I wonder why. I wonder why. There's just a major coincidence of a lot of these, a lot of the direct affiliates just kind of mysteriously getting sad in prison. Brunel, co-founder of the French modeling agency Corinne Models and MC2 Model Management in the U.S. with funding from Epstein. He was detained at Paris' Charles de Gaulle airport in December 2020 as he was trying to board a flight to Senegal. His arrest was part of a French inquiry into sex trafficking and sexual assault allegations against Epstein, focusing on potential crimes committed against French victims as suspects who were French citizens. Prosecutors suspected Brunel of raping, sexually assaulting, and sexually harassing multiple minors and adults. They also suspected him of transporting and housing young girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Also, victims have come forward, yes.
Using location data pulled from her cell phone. I'm Drew Marotra. The Wired investigation into the secret data.
Anyway, let's see what Alex Jones's new copium session looks like, because as you guys know, he's been actively trying to sweep for the Trump administration here.
As you know, I just call balls and strikes.
Yeah, no, totally. Good start. Let's see.
And after years of saying they will release the Epstein file or list, suddenly they're not going to, and we're told it doesn't exist. But then Trump comes out last night and says, well, it does exist, but the Democrats had control of it, manipulated it, which is actually true. They've had control, but they would destroy anything they didn't want in there and leave what they wanted in there that their investigators could plan. So people say, well, then whose side are you on? This is a giant fiasco. I'm trying to call balls and strikes. I'm trying to look at every angle of this and understand what's happening, understand why the Trump administration did a 180 the last few months, and particularly last week, and did this, and then blames loyal supporters who support the overall agenda as being traitorous for doing this. Now, we all know what triggered this. It was Elon 2 months ago saying, look, Trump's in the list, and that big break up there, and then Trump wants it closed. He wants it shut down, which looks extremely incriminating. But from all of my deep research, never saw Trump involved in any illegal activity with Jeffrey Epstein. So we are simply here tracking this case, not choosing a side, not wanting to make things be what we want them to be, but simply looking at the.
I like that he starts off this by being like, well, all my research shows Trump is innocent 100%. So we're not here to pick a side. I'm here to call balls and strikes, which of course show me, and my deep research shows me that Trump is actually a white hat pedophile. That's right. Any kind of sex trafficking pedophilia that Donald Trump might have engaged in, he actually did to unearth Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes that mostly liberal Democrats were doing.
Facts, but I dropped the ball. I didn't even think about the fact. I'm like, oh yeah, if they've had the list and they've had the files for years, the Democrats would take.
Yeah, with all of his endless research, he didn't even think that he couldn't come up with as stupid of an answer as Donald Trump just did. No one even believes this, by the way. Like, not even the Alex Jones fans believe this. He is literally just doing propaganda in the same way that Dan Bongino was, and in the same way that what's his face, Kash Patel was doing. He's like, oh, big beautiful President Donald Trump. He would not be. He would not be involved in this. I promise. It's just all the people around him that are, they're involved in it. But also, big beautiful President Donald Trump's statements about the list is actually correct. I didn't even think about that. For years and years, he understandably railed against the Clintons and loved talking about the Epstein connection with the Clintons. And there's plenty of connection with the Clintons and Jeffrey Epstein. But if it wasn't Donald Trump who had actually gone on Alex Jones's podcast and had offered Alex Jones a platform and legitimacy, and any other Republican president who had also hung out with Jeffrey Epstein on numerous occasions, and Jeffrey Epstein frequented their golf course, for example, their golf club, and picked out victims from that person's golf club. If it wasn't Donald Trump and anybody else, do you think Alex Jones would not actually put the puzzle pieces together? I mean, the puzzle pieces are there. It's literally there. And he just actively avoids talking about those puzzle pieces. And instead will be like, no, that's right. That's right. Jeffrey Epstein was not involved at all with Donald Trump. He hated Donald Trump. All my research shows that Donald Trump is innocent.
Stuff out, destroy it. Well, that's obvious. They would leave it.
What the f? Hold. It's going to fix itself. 1 second. It's the big one, but it's fixed. It's fixed. It's good now. We're back. But it's mega delayed, I assume, right? Let's do a delay test. Hit 4. Okay, that was, I had to do that. That's a crazy. All right, I didn't even wait because I saw how long it took. I didn't want to wait. Okay. Wait, let's run the delay again. Is there still a delay? I'm confused. Subscribe if you're back. What the f is going on? Subscribe. Okay. Yeah, there's some weird happening with my it's not even like a site-wide outage or anything. It's my IRL toolkit. It's an IRL toolkit related problem. I feel like I don't know what it is, but it just keeps happening. And I got to talk to my IRL guys and try to figure it out because clearly randomly in the morning. Hold on. I don't know what it is. It's just this strange ass thing. It was site-wide. I don't think it was. Why is it so upsetting when Hassan Abi disappears? I may be too invested in a person I've never met. No, it's just like a weird thing that happens. I don't know what it is. It was an IRL toolkit crash site-wide? Maybe. But I don't think it was a data throttling or anything like that this time. It did read as a data throttle, kind of, from my end, but quite a few LA streamers said their internet has been going down on an almost daily basis. What's wrong with y'all's ISPs? I don't know. It wasn't happening in New York, I'll tell you that much.
Administration into a mega massive crisis, and Trump at press conferences and the rest of it saying don't ask questions triggers the ultimate Streisand effect and is insane. So I don't know where in the world they're coming up with that plan. We'll continue to track this in live time. We'll cover the good Trump's doing. We'll cover the bad he's doing to give Trump our ongoing advice. And I'm going to post a video later, do a live show today at 4 p.m. Central, breaking down what I think Trump needs to do to get things back on track. And that's release everything. That's why Steve Bannon wants it released. He went and interviewed Epstein. He knew him. Nothing to hide. You had Alan Dershowitz saying, release it all. Doesn't incriminate me. Okay, well, then release the whole thing. This is not going away. It's only blown up 10 times bigger. It's out of control. And this was so obvious a week ago. People said, oh, you're being a traitor. Say it's be a big issue. No, I'm seasoned. I'm informed. I'm involved. I know what's going on. It's insane. We'll cover it all at Infowars.com. Real Alex Jones on X. Pray for America, pray for peace, pray for President Trump. Do the right thing.
Why does Liver King look so weird? He's just a weird guy.
Set of pictures. There were the
Here's Michael Wolff repeating his claim that Jeffrey Epstein showed him a Polaroid photos of Donald Trump cavorting with topless girls by Epstein's pool. Wolff says he believes the FBI took those photos from Epstein's safe and still holds them.
Snapshots. and among them, there are at least 3 that I remember. 2 of topless girls sitting in Trump's lap around Epstein's swimming pool, and then one.
Michael Wolff is a bit of a fabulist, I will admit. Okay, he is a little bit of a embellisher, which I feel like once you have that reputation as a serious journalist, then all of a sudden you're not so serious as a journalist, I will say. So who knows? But let's continue.
A stain on the front of Trump's pants with 3 or 4 girls laughing and pointing at it. So I have seen those pictures.
So what's your best guess as to where they are?
Well, I'm my best guess is that Epstein kept them in the safe. The safe was emptied out by the FBI. Where are those pictures?
Michael Wolff says Steve Bannon had become very friendly with Epstein. We know that to be true, by the way. That part is real. After Epstein's death, Wolff says Bannon freaked out and changed his phone numbers because he was afraid of his own connection to Epstein. He adds Bannon believed Epstein was killed.
One of the first phone calls I got when Jeffrey Epstein died, which was in the beginning of August 2019, was from Steve Bannon, and who had become very friendly with Epstein, and Bannon said, of course he was killed. Of course he didn't kill himself. And Bannon then began to freak out and change his telephone numbers, and a moment.
Why?
Because he was suddenly afraid. I mean, I think afraid of his own connection to Epstein.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I was never afraid, and I always take these things with I'm somewhat skeptical about these things, and I'm somewhat skeptical, remains skeptical that he was he murdered? I don't see that. At the same time, I'm not sure. It seems unconvincing that he would have killed himself the way it is described that he would have had to have done it, which is basically break his own neck.
Wolff says that he participated in riveting salons hosted by Epstein, which featured an extraordinary gamut of people, including former prime ministers or heads of finance in various countries. Vicky Ward fails to follow up by asking him who those high-level Epstein guests were.
From this quite extraordinary gamut of people who were there talking about the affairs of the world at an enormously high level, and at a knowledgeable level. I mean, these were some former prime ministers or heads of finance in various countries. I was there many times, and it was a kind of a riveting experience.
That's crazy.
Right. And of course, the mystery is, how did a guy who didn't have a college degree and had no real, formal training in anything, wasn't in the markets himself,
Who are the people? No questions on who the heads of state were?
Why and how was he able to command such respect?
All of this.
I mean, it's a good question, to be fair. I mean, it's a question that we know the answer to because it was because of his connections. Clearly, it wasn't about anything other than that. Nobody was there because he was just a incredible conversationalist, okay? That's psychotic. Some of the wealthiest individuals in society, and I guess they were all there because of his amazing stock trading tips and his tax portfolio. Are you going to talk about anything else today? Yes, I'm going to talk about how I'm with your mom now. I've become your stepfather. I didn't want you to find out this way, but it's time for you to find out. This is a profoundly important story. I don't understand. It's important for literally every facet of American politics. If you're a Republican, you're probably also questioning things right now. If you are a Democrat, you love this story because you don't give a if like other Democrats also get like Democrat liberal politicians get outed here because you just want the truth. And you're additionally excited at the prospect of MAGA Republicans also not falling in line with the Trump narrative this time. Are you Donald Trump? What do you mean? Why are you still talking about this Epstein guy? The only guy who's out there being like, why are you still talking about this Epstein guy? Can we move on from this? Is Donald Trump. Are you Donald Trump? Is Donald Trump in the chat right now? Wow, what are you doing? Still talking about this? I mean, come on, dude. Let go. Let it go, please. Let it go, please. Stop talking about this, please.
The real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of intel services, probably not American.
Yeah, that's bullshit. This probably not American side is bullshit. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, it was just Mossad. No, definitely. Nothing to see here. God, I hate this shit. Chuck Schumer official. I don't see why we need to keep talking about this nonsense. Okay, that's funny. This one's funny. Chuck's in the building. Everybody, we got a legendary politician here. Okay? We will win. We will win. Only if you stop talking about this Jeffrey Epstein nonsense. Taco Trump. Classic Taco Trump.
And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan? Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying that. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that. I've spent my entire life pretty much in Washington, where I knew and loved a number of people, including one very close person who worked at CIA. That is never prohibited.
He's talking about his dad, by the way. He's literally talking about his father, which is also part of the reason why Tucker Carlson is saying, well, it's pretty obvious that Jeffrey Epstein worked for a foreign government, and certainly not the CIA, just Mossad. And he just was allowed to work on U.S. soil over and over again, despite the fact that the CIA obviously allowed him to do so. Please, it must be just Israel that he was working at the behest of, and no one else. What's going on? Definitely no one else.
Me from saying, I think the CIA has done some horrible things, murdered a bunch of people, participated in the murder of a sitting U.S. president. It's got a whole trail of crimes. That doesn't make me a disloyal American. It doesn't make me anti-American in any sense. I was born here. My family's been here for hundreds of years. I love this country. That's why I live here. So criticizing the behavior of a government agency does not make you a hater. It makes you a free person. It makes you a citizen. You're allowed to do that because you're not a slave. You're a citizen. And you have a right to expect that your government will not act against your interests, and you have a right to demand that.
I'm so mad conservatives get to say shit like this. Nah, not a lot of conservatives, just Tucker Carlson. I think he's the most dangerous prospect for the... Like, a lot of people talk about J.D. Vance running for office, but I think the person who will usher in an ideological, if there is another election, okay, the person that will usher in an ideological Fourth Reich, the one thing that Trump doesn't have is like a conviction to be like a full-throated white nationalist. Tucker Carlson has that. Also a television character, as you guys know, very telegenic, much smarter than Donald Trump, much more convincing than Donald Trump. No way people hate him. What are you talking about? Tucker Carlson had the most popular news broadcast in the country. Tucker Carlson has all of the qualities of Donald Trump and also some more dangerous aspects. I think Tucker lost his sauce and fell off since leaving Fox. You are not paying attention if you think that. Tucker Carlson, despite being on independent media, still has it. Like, I thought so too. I thought when he left Fox News, I thought it's over for Tucker. Look at him. He's like doing Twitter shit. He's cooked. He has been able to claw back that relevance through independent media piece by piece. He has absolutely recovered. The only thing he's missing is financial backers. Okay? Part of the reason why he was fired from Fox News, if you read the tea leaves or if you read the reports on it, was because Rupert Murdoch himself was afraid of the influence that he retained there. Rupert Murdoch was terrified of what he was capable of doing. He has not actually recovered all of the clout that he had, but very clearly, he has piece by piece picked up a lot of the pieces, and he has been able to go above. He's been able to retain a big chunk of his influence. I am telling you right now, he is a terrifying figure because unlike Donald Trump, he will go the full way with white nationalism. And he has a much better way of delivering white nationalist rhetoric in a way that Americans find palatable. Okay? If you ever listen to this guy, if you ever listen to this demon, maybe I'm wrong on this, but his YouTube page has basically brought him back to life. His big interviews still pop the off. He doesn't have Asmongold's level of clout and Asmongold's level of reach. Having said that, however, the type of reach that he has is very different than Asmongold. Asmongold gets the non-voters and the socially maladjusted shut-ins. Tucker Carlson's reach is still firmly within DC, firmly within those in positions of power. Look, I'd vote for Tucker 100p. You'd vote for a Nazi? Yep. Follow your leader who? Mine well, you are. You've been saying this about Tucker since Trump 1.0. You're probably right, unfortunately. Yes. Tucker Carlson has tremendous staying power. And he is a media demon. I don't think he can control the base as easily as Trump does, but he's definitely the top candidate to pick up the torch and do some up shit with it. Yeah, Tucker Carlson interviewed the president of Iran, dude. He interviewed the president of Iran. He interviewed Putin. He still gets RFK Jr. He did the Ted Cruz thing, obviously, as you guys know. That one banged. He is terrifying. The rapidly shifting MAGA discourse on Israel is bigger than it may seem at first. Tucker Carlson's pointing the finger at Israel's Mossad as being behind Epstein's operation is getting much attention. Although this connection is being made widely in parts of MAGA world, but the increasing split on Israel within MAGA goes well beyond anger over the Epstein files. It's been brewing over several issues: Gaza, the Iran war, and foreign aid, as well as anger over the return of neocon influence. On Gaza, much of the attention is focused on the Democrats, who have dramatically turned away from Israel, with every major poll showing this trend. But what has been missing is that Republican views of Israel have also become more negative since the Gaza war, with a recent Pew poll showing that the biggest shift nationally has been among Republicans under the age of 50, going from 35% negative to 50% negative in 2025. The Iran war and the return of loud neocon voices pushing us for further military involvement has angered many in the MAGA world, as has been widely reported. This is true. Connected to this is the increasing cost of supporting Israel, reaching well over $20 billion since the Gaza war started, at a time when MAGA world expects budget cuts while many of Trump supporters are struggling. Carlson connecting the criticism of Israel with broader suppression of free speech, something that the left has been protesting, seems also to resonate with many on the right. The strongest remaining voices of support for Israel on the right are evangelical Christians, but there has been evidence that support for Israel among younger evangelicals has also been dropping in recent years, and the number of evangelicals in America has been declining. Now, some in MAGA world are publicly challenging the very assumption that support for the modern state of Israel is biblically mandated. It all adds up to an unexpected, vigorous divide on Israel within MAGA. We already know that there is a divide on Israel with the Democratic Party's base of support versus the Democratic Party's politicians. But no such major fissure has existed within the Republican Party as a direct consequence of the evangelical base and their defense of Israel, their unconditional loyalty, support, and defense of Israel. That is also changing within the youth of the Republican Party. Okay? Tucker Carlson will turn around and use this to his advantage. And he has been. One of the many things that I've talked about with respect to Tucker Carlson in the first Trump administration was that he would, in the absence of any Democrats making left-wing populist economic messages, Tucker Carlson would fill that void on Fox News every night. He was perhaps one of the most important voices on retaining social safety nets for whites and for legacy Americans, as he says, which is a substitute for whites. Okay? And I said over and over again, if you go back to my 2016, 2017 analysis, I said, if the Democrats don't actually create a convincing and genuine left-wing populist message, a left-wing populist platform, the only people in mainstream media that are saying these things will be the likes of Tucker Carlson. Because there is clearly a need for this kind of messaging, people will gravitate towards Tucker Carlson. I'm saying the same thing once again about Israel. If no mainstream Democratic voices are out there criticizing Israel, then the only people who will use the issue of Israel as a way to develop earnesty in the eyes of the voting public will be the likes of Tucker Carlson and maybe even someone as kooky as Marjorie Taylor Greene. Israel now, like anti-Israel sentiment, is now seen as a way to show how real you are. A lot of Democrats don't understand this reality. I am urging people to recognize, okay, saying that you hate Israel, even cynically, even as a mechanism to win support, is a viable outcome now. It shows you as a real anti-establishment figure. So if the field of Republican contenders and Democrat contenders are flooded with people who are unconditionally pro-Israel, screaming "Am Israel" high every day, the one person that comes out and says, nah, f*** Israel, why do we have this kind of insane, dangerous loyalty to Israel, will come across as the only earnest figure. It will be an opportunity for the likes of Tucker Carlson to basically seize, dominate political discourse, as he is currently. This is terrifying. It is very frustrating. Matt Duss has a similar take here. Says, yep, Democratic leaders have a choice. They can build a party by embracing left populists like Mandani who are confronting these problems, or keep fighting them and watch as young people flock to right populists who are confronting these problems.
Biggest house in New York. Like, what is that? Like, at some point, the basic economics really matter. And they matter because, not that it's bad that rich people are getting richer, it's bad that everyone else is getting poorer. And it's especially bad the young people can't afford homes. Let me just put a very precise point on this. If you want a measure of how your economy is doing, I personally favor eliminating GDP as a measure. I don't even know what that is. It's clearly not relevant. They tell me Japan has a stagnant GDP. Have you been to Tokyo? It's the single most radicalizing experience you'll ever have because it's just so nice. You lost the war? Really? Can we lose a war and wind up like this? GDP. No. I don't know what even that is. The total economic activity. Oh, no. My measure is really simple. I got a bunch of kids. Can they afford houses with full-time jobs at like 27, 28? And the answer is no way. And the answer is that 35-year-olds with really good jobs can't afford a house unless they stretch and go deep into debt.
Why is it populist when leftists use material announced to provide direct relief to voters' quality of life, but not populism when centrist liberals throw around platitudes and do nothing? I mean, centrist liberals use populism as a negative term, so much so that they've invented a new term that is basically populist, but David Shore has a new term for it. It's called popularism, as in abiding by popular sentiment that is like focus grouped into oblivion. That's how much they hate the term populism. They use it as a pejorative. True populism is not supposed to be a pejorative, but this is the one thing that separates neoliberals from people like myself. When they say populist, they mean it as a negative. When I say populist, I mean real left-wing populist economic theory, okay? Concepts that are overwhelmingly popular, that uplift the working class, okay? Liberals point to that as, oh, you just want everyone to have health care, or you want everyone to have a unicorn. Okay? You want everyone to have a unicorn. You're over-promising and you're not going to be able to deliver. It's not like liberals actually end up delivering on their promises either, ironically enough. Liberals don't actually fucking end up delivering on their promises either. The problem is they also don't even promise good things. They promise less and then don't even deliver on the little amount of promises that they made. So it's spectacularly bad policy and also bad politics as well.
And I just think that's a total disaster. That's a complete disaster. Why? 2 reasons. One, if people don't own things, they don't feel ownership of the country they're in. And the country gets super volatile because people feel like they've got nothing to lose. When you have a lawn, trust me, you're thinking long term. Second, it's really hard to have a family without a house. It is. It's like super fun to live in an apartment if, there's like a bar downstairs, you're in a cool neighborhood. I'm in East Village. It's so cool.
He's such a good communicator. I hate him. I despise him because everything he said up to this point, I almost 100% agree with, down to the GDP being like the most important factor. What good is the GDP if people are suffering? I mean, he could have even made that point, not by looking at Japan, but he said Japan because he's a racist, because the hidden agenda there is Japan is a ethno-nationalist, right? Japan is like an incredibly not diverse country. He could have said Europe as well. Europe is a even closer analog to use here. Look at European capitals. Am I to believe the notion that Paris is literally poorer than Missouri? Have you seen Paris? Look at Paris and the average middle-class Parisian and their lifestyles, and then look at the average middle-class Missourian. The reason why he used the example of Japan, on the other hand, and for the record, obviously, European capitals are experiencing the same kind of like diminished quality of life year over year due to, again, austerity economics and neoliberalism, unchecked neoliberalism. But the reality is that many of these European capitals, many of these European nations, technically on the GDP front, are poorer than Louisiana, for example. But you look at the quality of life in a European capital. If you look at the quality of life in a European capital and then compare it to the quality of life for the average person living in Louisiana, you realize that GDP doesn't matter at all. Okay? It's just numbers on a board that make you feel. Numbers on a board that make you feel like things are good. Why didn't he use Norway example? The reason why he doesn't use Norway either is because it's European and gay and woke. Japan is far away and not gay, nor is it woke. That's the reason why he's using Japan as an example. Especially on the notion of GDP. They say the Japanese GDP is stagnant. And, Japanese GDP is terrible. But you look at the living standards and the living conditions of Japan, when you have all of these social safety nets, amenities, severe degrees of regulation, and the cost of living overall, in comparison to the United States of America, it looks fantastic. Japan's problems unironically stem from something that Tucker Carlson wants to do here in the United States of America, which is xenophobic ethno-nationalist policies. Ironically enough, Japan is suffering as a direct consequence of not having any sort of immigration, not offering any sort of not offering any sort of citizenship to people outside of Japan, because it is one of the only examples that we can point to that is as close that closely resembles an ethno-state, with its own internal genocide as well, its own external colonial ambitions, and up until World War II. But anyway, up until this point, Tucker Carlson brings up incredible points. But you will see why he is an indecent, right-wing, nefarious propagandist. Let's take a look.
Try to have 3 kids. You're not going to have 3 kids there. You can't. Nobody wants to raise their kids in that neighborhood. Nobody wants to raise their kids in an apartment. People do it because they have to. Nobody wants to. People want a little house, not some McMansion, just a little normal house. That is the actual American dream. And that is what is totally unattainable for young people. And so the only young people in general that you will ever meet who have houses are young people whose parents helped them. And God bless their parents. That's a perfectly great thing to do for your kids. But most people's parents can't afford to do that because they're already in debt from their pointless college degree. So that is a national emergency. And I know that there are certain cable channels that are spending all this time talking about, oh, they're about to elect a socialist in New York City, which obviously I'm opposed to it.
Yeah, here, look at what he's
not even a real socialist. He's like a trainee vax, rich kid liberal guy. Mom Donnie. He's a fake leftist, but whatever. Why do you think that's happening? One of the reasons
Mom Donnie
it's happening is because normal people with normal.
I like that he also hit him with a fake leftist, by the way. Like, who's the real leftist, Tucker? Are you a leftist then? Like, guy who doesn't want any association with leftism at all, talking about who is a real and who is a fake leftist.
Normal jobs no longer believe they can win in this system and that all the money is going to the worst people. And no one even stops to ask, what the hell is going on? How did Bill Ackman get so rich? I mean, he went on CNBC and talked down Herbalife. Bet against companies by driving down their stock prices. That's what he's been accused of. I'm not accused.
Japan is not suffering due to a lack of immigration. No, yes, it can be held with immigration, but the actual problem stems from it being a demoralizing capitalist hellscape. Oh my God. Every country is a demoralizing capitalist hellscape. Okay? Every single country is. And yes, that is a major problem, both in Japan, both in South Korea, both in many of the European capitals that we were talking about. But beyond that, there is no quote unquote solution to if you consider this a problem to begin with, the aging population. And which, by the way, it is a problem. Like, an aging population is a problem because our entire economy and our entire existence revolves around being productive. And after a certain age, you cannot be productive. You can't do labor. Okay? So yeah, it is a problem. Developed nations end up falling into this same pit no matter what. The only developed nation that has not fallen into this issue is the United States of America. Do you want to know why the United States of America has not fallen into this issue? Because of endless migration. That's it. Undocumented immigrants come in and they have children on U.S. soil because we have birthright citizenship, and those children become full-fledged American citizens. That's it. That's literally it, okay? It's not an accident that America is one of the only countries on the planet that is a developed nation that does not have issues with population growth, with having an increasingly aging population. That's it. Every time you bring this up, I really hate this argument. We don't need every country to have endless population growth. Endless growth is a deep root of the problem. We can't all live in McMansions and an F-150. Stagnation needs to happen. Oh my God, dude. Who is going to keep the engine going? Like, capitalism or socialism, doesn't matter. You need to have working hands that control the widgets, if not develop the widgets at the widget factory, okay? That's it. Like, what are we talking about? What are we going to do? So we're going to live, 100 years in the future if we make it that far, where all of the developed nations are 65 years old and older, and then they're relying on labor in the global south? Is that what it is? Like, what are we doing? Yes, as a Band-Aid solution to the root cause of declining birth rates, the incredibly toxic work culture in Japan is not just the incredibly toxic work culture. Please stop. And not every single person needs a McMansion and an F-150. I'm not talking about endless growth. No, we need a world that is self-reliant and doesn't require endless growth. We can't keep growing and growing on a limited planet. We need to reach an equilibrium. Okay, how do you cap it? And we're not anywhere near that level anyway. We're not, like, this is so, this is like eco-fascist. What do you mean? We need an equilibrium. What are you, Thanos? What the Anyway, ultimately, you need productive hands for anything to work. Even in a socialist society, you would still need productive labor. You would still need necessary labor. You would still need hands to work the buttons if we have automation, okay? And if everyone is over the age of like 65, 75, people are living till 110 years old, and society is increasingly getting older and older and older, eventually you're going to run out of hands to do the necessary labor. And unless you have this like weird servile state that we keep at bay and refuse to develop so they can steadily maintain a new crop of young, productive hands to do the necessary labor for survival, and that comes from the global south, while we stay trapped in our ivory towers in developed nations around the world, there's still definitely a need for, it's still definitely a problem in the interim and in the long term for societies to age out completely. And you absolutely do get that through less developed and countries that don't have the same birth rate issues. Like, sure, you're not wrong, but we're quite obviously far beyond what the planet can sustain. I don't think so. That's not true. Weirdly enough, a lot of these takes, I feel like, resemble eco-fascist sentiment. Maybe I'm misunderstanding chatters. Anyway, let's
Using him
continue
here,
with
because
Tucker.
sue me if I do. I'm just suggesting others believe that might have happened. He's already threatened to sue me for saying that. But there are plenty of people who do that. And I'm not saying even that it should be illegal. What I'm saying is that our leadership class should say something about it and should assign a moral value to it. And if you're getting rich by loaning money to people at incredibly high interest rates, that's something you're going to have to talk to God about. That is not good. That is not virtuous. That's disgusting. And the fact that nobody feels free to say that, nobody feels like you can just say like 30% on a credit card? Why is anybody paying a credit card bill? I said to somebody recently, I feel like I'm very moderate and sensible and...
Yeah, so we had this take. There was also Epstein running for an intelligence operation, as we were talking about. And then here's the most insane line that he had about immigration. Tucker Carlson was asked if immigrant farm workers should get amnesty. He replied, "That's the most grotesque thing I've ever heard."
Okay, your mom does too. Any questions? Yes, sir. What do I think about amnesty for farm workers? I think it's the most grotesque thing I've ever heard. Are you joking? Amnesty for farm workers? We have like 60 million illegal aliens in the country.
60 million. That's got to be just a number of like Hispanic people, I think. The Hispanic population is like, what, 69 million? Give or take. That's what he means, right? 60 million, dude? Yeah. Or 65 million is the number of the Hispanic population on U.S. soil. Maybe he's just saying like 4 of those or 5 of those 65 million are like white Hispanics so they can stay, like from Spain.
The country bears no resemblance to the country I grew up in, and it's not better, it's worse. So I'm not going to sit for another lecture from anybody telling me we need to import more people to write code or pick grapes or any other task. Period. It hasn't worked. The country hasn't gotten richer. It hasn't become more unified. Those words should...
I mean, this is the honest conclusion of Trump's anti-immigrant agenda. Because what's the difference between an undocumented non-citizen and a documented one? It's paperwork. And if undocumented migrants are not responsible for the crimes that Trump claims they're committing, then what is the real reason why you want to deport them? What is the real reason? If they're just contributors to the U.S. economy, just like you and me, if they're even more meaningful, in some instances, more meaningful contributors to the U.S. economy, to agricultural output, then what is the one thing that you are seeing that is different about them than someone like yourself, someone like Tucker Carlson? It is the color of their skin. Like, that is the major difference. They're black and brown. Tucker Carlson considers them to be inferior.
Burn on the tongue of anyone who utters them. How dare you talk like that? Amnesty. How about deportation? What about that? I mean, look, and let me just say, people say all kinds of things. It doesn't mean it's happening. But I think it's worth being a little paranoid about it. I mean, I think everyone in this room is paranoid. It's important to make sure even the people you love are true to their word. Doesn't mean you hate them. Again, I don't take my kids at their, I love my kids more than anything. I don't automatically believe everything they tell me because I'm not a moron. Because I understand that people don't always say the truth. So, but anyway, yeah, any kind of amnesty is not only a bad idea, it's like outrageous. Anyway, sorry, I've been told.
Like, think about how angry he is at this. Like, we know he's racist, but why is he this racist is the question one must ask. Is he actually that racist? I think he doesn't give a shit one way or another. He's auditioning for what he thinks is going to be the most important position that a right-wing presidential candidate can take in the upcoming election.
Not be allowed to act against your interests.
Everything he's saying should be read in that framework.
Creepy. It shouldn't be forbidden. And yet all of us have trained ourselves to believe that you can't say that somehow. That that's like too naughty and forbidden. And the effect of making that off limits has been to create a lot of resentment, and I'll say it, hate online, where people feel like they can't just say, like, what the hell is this? You have the former Israeli prime minister living in your house. You have had all this contact with the foreign government. Were you working on behalf of Mossad? Were you running a blackmail operation on behalf of foreign government? By the way, every single person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I've never met anyone who doesn't think that. I don't know any of them that hate Israel, but no one feels they can say that. Why? And I think the longer that we play along with it, the more subterranean and creepy and hateful the conversation actually becomes. So I think it's better just to say it right out loud. Did this happen? And of course, that question has been asked to the government of Israel, and their answer is, we're not going to tell you. And I think our answer should be, no. As long as we're sending you money, if you were committing crimes on our soil, we have an absolute right to know, did you do this or not? And yet everybody has been so brainwashed into thinking that's somehow an expression of hate or bigotry, when it's not. It's a baseline question that every U.S. citizen has a right to an answer on. What the hell was this?
It's deeper than Epstein. Epstein is a symbol of who governs us, right? Do you govern us? You don't govern us. No chance the American people govern us. You just won. They tried to have the third coup. Kennedy first, Nixon second, Trump third. They stole the 2020 election after stopping it only because you guys said, go yourself. We're going to bring him back. Right? We're going to bring him back. He's back. But are we in control? We're not in control. Why are we not in control? Why are we not in control? Because the deep state runs the deal, and they're laughing at us right now.
Yep. Look at young Americans. Remember what I told you about Americans and their association with Israel. Not every single one of these people arrived at this conclusion because they read the wrong books and developed anti-Semitic opinions. You need to understand it's because of Israel, and it's because of how Israel and Israel-backed candidates want to suppress American speech. Okay? Americans are somewhat selfish people. They are only invested in their own existence. When you're doing stuff over there, that's one thing. But when the stuff that you're doing over there requires an endless amount of money from us, and also on top of that, if you actually call into question this allegiance, you get branded a pariah, and on top of that, you lose your job, or you get hit with like the only real type of cancel culture. Americans are going to be like, what the fuck are we doing? And it's not just the Democrats who feel this way. It's young Republicans as well. It is all Americans that recognize this reality.
Why can I burn an American flag in my country, but I get a mark by my name if I burn Israel's? Like, how?
I think that's an entirely fair question. It's totally outrageous. You got 65 million people here illegally, according to the administration, and the only ones who are deported are ones who criticize a foreign country. I don't understand it. It's driving people insane, actually, and it's making people angry in a bad way. People are so mad. I mean, I've never seen
Tucker Carlson is so funny because his argument here literally is deport every single person that is an immigrant, okay? Deport every single person that is an immigrant, documented and not undocumented alike, or every single Hispanic person, documented, undocumented, natural born, doesn't matter, okay? The 65 million number, it could be either. It could be, he could be referring to both documented and undocumented Hispanic population numbers, or he could mean all immigrants, like documented non-citizens as well. He could mean any number of different, he can mean any number of different realities. Having said that, when he says there's 65 million illegals, they're not undocumented. That's not true. However, the argument Tucker Carlson is making is kind of stupid and kind of funny because of how stupid it is, because he's saying, don't deport them because they've criticized Israel. Deport them because they're not white. Like, he's literally, if he's referencing like Hispanic people, he means like, don't deport them because they're critical to Israel. Deport them because they're Hispanic. Or if he's talking about all immigrants, don't deport them because they're critical to Israel. Deport them because they don't belong here. What's going on? That's why for him, it's like this argument about Israel and suppression of speech of Americans is simply a vehicle to deliver the nefarious agenda, which is to make America white.
like the rage online. And I get it. That's the worst part. I get it. People go crazy after a while if you totally ignore their concerns, if you call them names rather than answering their questions.
At that FBI file, then she got caught by James O'Keefe on hidden.
Like, this was the talk of the town at Turning Point USA. If I'm Charlie Kirk, I'm shitting my pants right now. Charlie Kirk is the administration's guy, right? He's the inside guy, and he's holding these events. And his job here is to basically try and keep the Trump boat from sinking. And every single media superstar that he has at the Turning Points conference is screaming about Israel and is screaming about the Epstein files, which is also somewhat connected to Israel as well. And it's crazy. You can't control this. How are you going to, exactly, his job is to placate Trump. How are you going to placate Trump if every single person at your conference is literally demanding this? In some ways, it feels like when Democrats run and claim that they're going to do health care, and then they never do health care. When Republicans run and they create unique problems that are not real problems at all, but at least like demand people's attention, shift their priorities away from their material circumstances over to like vulnerable populations that must be dominated, they actually follow through on those promises. You know, whether it be stopping trans athletes from participating in the NCAA or whatever, right? This was a problem that they also pointed to and said they would offer a solution to, and now they're not. So now Republicans, for the first time ever, are like, wait a minute, but but we're used to getting what we want. I mean, you even did abortion. So why won't you do this? Why won't you do this? Yeah. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Stop talking about it, girls and sometimes gals. Guys and sometimes gals. Why must you be talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Nobody cares. This guy won't die. He won't go away. Do not talk about him.
Camera saying she had tens of thousands of videos of Epstein and little children. It was like, what? Well, we never heard that. We heard he was into the barely legal type, you know, the like 18-year-old.
I love the Trump deflections are so funny that when people post it in the chat, I laugh every time. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all the things, and people are still talking about this guy, this creep. That is unbelievable. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Like, his deflections have been so haphazard, put together last second, clearly scared. Like, you can see the fear in the way that in the tone that he takes when talking about Jeffrey Epstein, that you're laughing. Trump's begging you to stop talking about Epstein and you're laughing. I said this already. I said this before, remember? When Trump is unique because he's the type of dude to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, right? Like, that's what people like about him. That's what people like about Trump, is that he would just like he would just like weave in random shit, sometimes conspiracy theories and whatnot, into places where it didn't belong. That's what people liked about him. And now he's like, why are you talking about Jeffrey Epstein? It's like what you would expect from a Democrat. You know what I mean? Like the smarmy, smug, elitist, why do you care about this? You shouldn't care about this ass tone about an issue that things do care about. I could hear like Joe Biden saying that about healthcare. You know what I mean? Oh, come on, Jack, we're doing NATO. Why do you care about healthcare? You know what I mean? It's like that's not something you expect from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the guy who is supposed to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. So now he's doing this. Obviously, people are going to be like, the f*** do you mean? Why do I care about this? You made me care about this.
What? Well, we never heard that. We heard he was into the barely legal type, you know, the like 18-year-olds who look 14, but we didn't hear about children. And then because
we did hear about that. What the f*** are you talking about?
She was caught once again shooting off her mouth inappropriately. Attorneys General of the United States normally say nothing. They say nothing.
Merrick Garland had one press conference a year.
Yes, nothing. Bill Barr, you can get him to speak or say anything.
What? They're criticizing Pam Bondi for speaking out of turn too much? Again, that's her position. Donald Trump hired these people because they're gay. Grade A yappers, okay? That's why they were hired. G-A-Y, grade A yappers. He hired them with the express purpose of yapping. He knew that they were yappers. That's why Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of Defense. Not because he can command, you know, millions of people under his employ, but because he can chirp. He's telegenic, he's loyal to Trump above all else, and he can talk.
Even Eric Holder was less chatty than this. So she got caught on camera and she decided to cover up the James O'Keefe slip by then running to a real camera and being like, there are tens of thousands of videos of the children and I'm announcing it all. So once again, she didn't give that to the influencers. And then she slides it into this memo.
So
like
I have a dumb question. Maybe it's not dumb. So so she had doubled down on the videos. Is that correct, Megan?
Yes, now she's tripled down.
Epstein was not the perp in every one of those videos.
I don't mean to say this like in a why are you talking about this way, but do you think like the 4 hours alone you've talked about this topic signals the Trump admin's goal of distracting from deportations has worked? I've talked about the deportations every single time and every single day, with the exception of today. Okay, if you think that this is the Epstein stuff is a distraction away from the deportations, you are out of your mind. As a matter of fact, Trump would never want anyone to talk about Epstein, and Trump would want everyone to be constantly talking about the deportations, because guess what? Deportations are for his base. The base seemingly, or at least to their calculation, loves the deportations. They don't, but that's a different point. Also, I was just talking about the deportations when we were talking about Tucker Carlson's statements about 65 million immigrants and whatnot. Okay? So no, I've been in this chat longer than y'all chatters, and I work in labor organizing, broader social media too. I mean, no. Jeffrey Epstein is a major issue. And it's a major issue that is actually driving a wedge between Trump and his base, unlike any other issue. There have been plenty of other things that have taken place in this administration, and people have written extensively about like, oh, are the tariffs driving a wedge between are the tariffs driving a wedge between Trump and the base or whatever? Like, no, not like this, okay? This is the single most, for his base, for the MAGA base, this is the single most important issue, okay? Because it's exactly the type of thing that the base understandably demands answers on that Trump can offer almost unilaterally. Do you see what I mean? We've seen literal Trump voters be like, Trump deported my wife, but I still don't think it was a bad decision to vote for him. But I've yet to see people convincingly talk about how, Trump is a pedophile and probably associated with Jeffrey Epstein, but it's okay because he's our pedophile. That part has not happened yet, okay? We have not gotten to that point yet. We might. Some certainly will. But it's, I think, very important to see how Republican speakers identify this issue and try to communicate this issue. And it's important to see how whether the Republicans will take it or not. So far, they have yet to take the bait.
Videos.
So because they've been so ambiguous,
no, but
we're
let's
not
just
sure.
think about this. Unless we're led to believe that Epstein himself personally raped all these kids, children, or whatever, then isn't the statute of limitations on child rape basically infinite?
Well,
so then why are we not indicting the people that were doing the raping that we have on video? What's that all about?
Yeah.
No, you know this better than I do. So Epstein's dead. He's met his hopefully eternal fire where he deserves in the pit of hell. But if it's true, the Attorney General of the United States said, just remind me, we have thousands of videos.
She said that we've got thousands of videos showing child pornography.
And she doubled down on that. So
tripled.
So you have to infer Jeffrey Epstein was not the only person involved in that.
Well, no, let me tell you what I've gleaned, but since she's been so ambiguous, take it with a grain of salt, okay? She won't have a presser. She won't give an interview. She won't answer any hard questions. All we get is the unsigned paper memo, 2 pages to Axios, who won't ask any questions. So what I think she's saying is that she's found, allegedly, tens of thousands of screen grabs of child pornography. They call it child sexual abuse material now. It's C-SCAN. And that's what she says they found on his hard drives, he was into this form of porn, off the internet. But separately, they say he had at least 1,000 victims of his.
No, okay, but 1,000 victims, unless we are to believe he personally was after every one of those victims, there has to be some other bad guys still alive that are powerful that did something to these children. Why are we not impaneling a special prosecutor to find every single one of these powerful people that went after these kids? What? Why are we putting up with this?
Yeah, I don't know. And I think you'll find out.
Am I understanding this correctly? Because I don't even remember.
I can't answer that.
I don't even know Pam Bondi said that. I can't even remember all this because it's all over. I got a thing on my desk. I got truckloads of stuff.
Yeah, no, we all have busy lives, and President Trump has a busy life, and I don't think he realizes how much she's humiliated the administration. This is a self-inflicted wound. She caused it. Again, I have nothing against Pam Bondi, but if you want to look for the villain in this story, we have found her.
Yeah, it's not Trump. It's Pam Bondi. That's the real villain here. Please don't yell at Trump. I love how much they are trying, the outsiders and the media people whose job it is to read the room recognize how angry people are, okay, in the base. So Trump doesn't want to let go of Pam Bondi. That much is clear. That's precisely the reason why he made that statement about guys and sometimes gals, please don't yell at Pam Bondi, right? But the media people understand that they have their own careers. They have their own careers outside of the Trump administration. They also require a steady, they obviously play a formative role in dominating the conversation, but this is a piece of discourse that's not going away, and they recognize that, which is precisely the reason why they're come on, give us something, fire somebody in the admin, otherwise it's not going to go away. All of these conversations that they're having is actually for one guy and one guy only. This is not for the audience that's in the room. This is for Donald Trump. Okay, this is for Donald Trump. They are saying, give the people a scapegoat because otherwise you're cooked. You are not going to be able to solve the situation with your endless charisma. Okay?
I mean, she is the person who's she's either lying now or she was lying then. There's no two ways about it. And if you accept what's in the memo, that they don't have the goods on anybody, there's no one who can be indicted, they didn't find a trove of info on other people, then why was she trying to titillate us over a child sexual abuse case for months? She was on the air repeatedly in February, in March, again in May.
Yeah, this is what the out is. Pam Bondi lied, people died. Pam Bondi lied about the list, which is not going to be a convincing enough argument. It's better than what Trump is trying to do. It's better than what Trump is trying to do. which is to say, no, Pam Bondi didn't lie. It's the Democrats that wrote the list. So please don't look at the list. We can't release it because some of our faves will be implicated. Okay. The reality is these guys think that as long as Trump says like, oh, Pam Bondi actually lied about the contents of this Jeffrey Epstein list and it was a big nothing burger. He doesn't they don't realize that that's not going to be enough for the base. The base is going to be like, okay, you fired Pam Bondi. We still want the list. What the do you mean there is no list? When are they going to blame DEI? Yeah, when they fire Pam Bondi, they're going to be like, we shouldn't have put a woman in charge.
It's completely inappropriate. You don't play cutesy with child sexual abuse material.
So Megan, I don't mean to interrupt. I mean, first of all, you're totally right. But you know the media, you've been around the space of like hyper ambitious women. What is this? Analyze her for us.
Oh my God, oh my God, right as I said it. Oh my God, there it is. Yeah, hyper ambitious woman in the media. You know how it is. You know how these bitches are. Oh, DEI, baby.
Well, I think she wants to make a name for herself. What she really wants to be is a star. That's what I think she wants. That's why she runs to the cameras on Fox News. There's no other reason. Look back at the attorneys general. Seriously, do you ever...
You have a chud brain. I understand the mind of a right-winger better than a right-winger understands themselves. God, I could be such a good right-wing commentary person. It's not even... It requires it requires very little thinking. I swear to God, I could do this better than every single one of these. I swear to God. Except for maybe like Tucker Carlson. That's why I always laugh when people are like, Hassan, you're a grifter. But I also hate you for being honest about your points of view, even if the point of view that you're demonstrating is like broadly unpopular in mainstream media, even though maybe it'll take a year or so for a lot of people to arrive at your conclusions that you came to after years and years of reading. You know, I could do it. I could do it so hard. I could do it so easily. If I wanted to grift, I would just be a right winger. Oh my God. So stupid.
Ever remember knowing an attorney general like this? Or like even having the attorney general's voice in your head? I can barely remember Merrick Garland's weird little nasally voice, but I mean, it's in there. But the average person couldn't pick him out of a lineup because normally attorneys general are somber, serious people who are fairly annoying, but they're schooled in the law. Pam Bondi has one trait, and I think it's why Trump chose her. She's loyal to the president. And I get it, he does need somebody loyal, especially in that position. But he has a wealth of other options.
Well, I mean, I think Judge Jeanine is amazing. Do we like Judge Jeanine? Everything I really like Judge Jeanine.
Judge Jeanine would be brilliant. Harmeet Dillon would be brilliant.
So you're calling for...
They're still going for Fox News personalities to do the job of attorney general. That is crazy.
For Pam Bondi to resign or to go. But can you please tell people the breaking news? According to reports that you have verified, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino will resign if what does not happen?
If she doesn't go.
So
I only have it on Bongino.
It's all over X though.
No, I know, but let me just tell you what my reporting is. Bongino, it's Bongino or Bondi. He's not
Who would you guys prefer, Bongino or Bondi? Okay, 7,000 to 0.
They want Dan. Of course, Dan, you know why? Because Dan understands MAGA. Dan's part of the MAGA movement. Dan's been an important piece of it and a mouthpiece for like really important ideas and an advocate and a fierce warrior. He's been in the trenches. I mean, with all due respect to Pam Bondi, she's been in Florida. She represented the president. It's nice, but do you think she really gets MAGA? I don't think so. She wouldn't have behaved this way if she did. And now it's a time for choosing. It's a time for choosing. We're about to lose Dan for sure, and maybe Kash too, if she doesn't go. Now she's got some allies. I mean, I think Susie Wiles is close with her, and Susie Wiles is amazing. And look, there's not that many like powerful women in the administration. Maybe she wants to keep her. She's from Florida. Susie Wiles from Florida. Trump lives in Florida. But this has gone well beyond this. Like this could actually cost Trump in the midterms. We need to make a smart choice right now. We can't lose any of the MAGA base.
And let me just also reiterate this. And by no means did I want...
I can see Dan quitting, but I doubt Kash would quit. Because Dan actually has or had a career outside of this, whereas Kash never really had a serious career outside of this. It's the funniest thing to be a guy who's like, I had a robust media career. I was getting unlimited Rumble bucks. I had a life. I could just sit around in my podcast studio and do podcasts. And now, and now you cooked me. You're cooking my future. What the fuck does Kash Patel have? Nothing. He wrote children's books.
Our very big student action summit talk about Epstein, the entire, like of all the things. I'm not like Epstein obsessed. Some people, their YouTube channel, it's all they talk about.
Congresswoman Luna, thank you for all the work you've done on releasing the JFK files and trying to get the Epstein files released. A good friend of yours, Steve Bannon, who I'm also a huge fan of, did an interview with Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, and he recorded almost 15 hours of footage interviewing Jeffrey Epstein. There has never been an interview with Jeffrey Epstein publicly released, except some of the depositions and whatnot. Would you ask Steve Bannon to release this footage now? Because I think it's very relevant and might give us some insight into.
Oh my God, cook the fucking Bannonites too. Oh, this is. Oh, dude, come on, chat. Being like, why do you care about this? Are you kidding me? It's such a glaringly obvious contradiction that even the fucking dumbest hogs, even the goddamn dumbest hogs are aware of. They're not even oblivious to it. It's so perfect. It's so beautiful. It's so Kino. Oh my God, this is inject this directly into my veins. I am mainlining this. This is straight up pure black tar heroin. Oh.
To what Jeffrey Epstein's motivations are and whatnot.
Well, I think you just asked him for us, right? That's actually the first time I'm hearing of that. But yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing that footage, and I think the American people would too.
Moving into the 2026 midterms, how do we get over the trend that the party in the White House loses seats in Congress, and just how do we move forward?
Well, according to the polling I'm seeing, we're not losing any seats. That's I think that's a historical record will reflect that. But again, I feel like 10% of us in Congress do 90% of the work. And so it's our whole goal and objective to push the party into codifying and getting off our bums and actually doing the right thing by maybe doing our jobs in Washington. And so if you guys can continue to help with that message, that would be great.
After a series of historic Trump victories on 4th of July weekend, almost as like a spitting in your face insult to all of us, the Justice Department decided to crack this thing open and piss off the entire world. Concluded no further disclosure of material would be appropriate or warranted. Really? Well, Pam Bondi, everybody in the federal government right now, let me explain how this works. We, the American people, decide what's warranted. And if you've forgotten, that privilege of what is released and what is not lies with the American people. We have a voice, and throughout all history, when you fight that fight, it is a losing battle. Eventually, with enough people calling loud enough, we're gonna get what we want. Stop insulting us and saying that we want CP released on the internet. Stop insulting us saying that we're some type of mongoloid troglodytes that want predator material on the internet. No, we don't. What I want is a more full constellation of what the Jeffrey Epstein op was.
They got bored with the R word. They're trying to hit different lines here.
Why high-profile officials like Alex Acosta said he belongs to Intel, so let's give him a pass on sex trafficking with children, which is what they did. They gave him a pass to sex traffic with children. So who's they exactly? Somebody explain that to me? Are we paying taxes to a globalist predator cult? It should be like the lowest possible threshold for you as a government to confirm with the American people that we're not doing that. It's pretty basic. We're not perverts. They're the perverts. We're not goblins that want predator material. They're the people who did that. Stop covering up for them. And so in order to protect our own children and our own society and our own nation and our own sovereign, faith-based, God-centered nation, we're going to ensure that people who did that, and I'm sure it happened, people who did that are punished. Oh, and there are some voices on the right who are very excited about closing this chapter. That's also extra telling, right? Plenty of voices on the right that are like, oh, move along. Yep, nothing to see here. We agree. Yep, how could you? We agree. Now it's time to move on to more important things like funding of foreign wars. Shut up. You're such frauds. It's so hard to play the game anymore. You're such frauds. It's gonna get me off on a tangent that I don't want to go on, but there are a couple of voices that are too excited to close the chapter on Epstein. It's very curious. Predators will not be protected in our movement. That's going to be like part of the movement, like the core of the movement. We're not the ones who sex trafficked 300,000 children into our nation and lost them. That's the other side. They're going to have to defend it before God. We're going to be the people that go out and try and save them. Am I wrong? Any father knows.
He's so bad at this. It's kind of remarkable how, like, Benny Johnson having a media career, Benny Johnson having a media career with, like, decent numbers, too, on his videos, proved the point that I was making before, which is that, like, it doesn't require much to be a right-wing commentary guy, man. Like, it does not make any fucking sense. He is such a charisma suck. AI thumbnails are the new thing, I guess. Yeah. A lot of the right-wing Twitter, included fucking Asmongold, is using these AI generated thumbnails now. It's like a telltale marker. And they pop off on Twitter. Or not Twitter, sorry. They pop off on YouTube. Tyler Oliveira, Asmongold, Benny Johnson. There's a bunch of these like crazy channels that do that shit.
Any dad knows. I come home to my little children and I think about the dads who had their kids stolen from them, like Virginia Roberts' father, who was on Piers Morgan weeping about how his daughter was killed after all that she's been through in order to cover all this up. And it's, it could be
Tyler Oliveira right wing. Yes, man. Yes, he is. What the fuck? It's like, I just watch his videos and I think he makes a really convincing case that, Polish Nazis are actually doing the Lord's work by beating the shit out of migrants that they suspect are crossing the border. I don't understand. Hello?
Of us, quite frankly, right? Life comes at you fast, and
President Trump promised to end the wars.
God, John Ossoff could be a promising figure in the Republican future. And it's just like, he is such a fucking cuck. He is such a... In the Republican future, I meant Democrat future, sorry. Oops. I misspoke when talking about Democrats because I'm so used to calling them Republicans. John Ossoff is... Yeah, Freudian slip. John Ossoff has had, like, unique moments of clarity. And yet... He is such a fucking establishment Democrat shill too. It's so goddamn annoying.
He promised to release the Epstein files.
How is he any different than Petey? There were brief moments within his career, like speaking out against Israel early on and then immediately fucking conceding and being like, my bad, I never should have said anything. Yeah. Yeah, but then, he votes for the Lake and Riley Act, shit like that.
Did anyone really think the sexual predator president who used to party with Jeffrey Epstein was going to release the Epstein files?
Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. Okay, Ron DeSantis is getting his notes from this, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is Ron DeSantis. This is so informative. Oh my God! Now I know where the fuck Ron DeSantis is getting his shit from. I'm saying it. All right, the conservative plan to take over the country. This is the new Leisha Miller video. Everyone keeps asking me about what the 2025 project is, and I'm unfamiliar with it. I think it's some like silly ass like conservative think tank that brought this up or some shit. Maybe it's like their own World Economic Forum style takeover or whatever. Okay, it's the Heritage Foundation. Yeah. So let's see what Leisha Miller had to say about it. She's great.
That means that it is not illegal.
It's a thing called Article 2.
Nobody ever mentions Article 2.
More importantly, Article 2 allows me to do whatever I want.
Our common theme is to take down the administrative state, the bureaucracy, preparing to march into office and bring a new army of aligned, trained, and essentially weaponized conservatives ready to do battle against the deep state.
For the last 18 months, conservatives from every corner of the far-right establishment, from extremist think tanks to former members of the Trump administration to tenured academics, have been working both publicly and privately on a new project. The project's goal, to rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, uniting the conservative movement and the American
They're so
people
right.
against elite rule and woke culture warriors. And the stakes are high. According to this group, if we fail, the fight for the very idea of America may be lost. Last month, this group of far-right leaders, known as Project 2025, released a—
Like, how fucking greedy can you be, dude? Like, how greedy can you be that, like, your profits are higher than ever before? Wages have not kept up with our productive output by any means. Labor has lost the war against capital many years ago. Okay, so much so that, like, even a crumb of symbolic support is super meaningful. And you still are like, it's not enough. We need to kill literally every leftist. Like, we just have to do fascism. We have to just be fascist. We have to be more fascist. It's like, dude, what do you want? You got everything, man. And these fucking monsters are still like, oh, no. No, the left still controls everything. It's like, no, it doesn't. What does the left control? It controls nothing.
a 920-page manifesto titled Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise. In it, the document's 35 different named authors, united and copyrighted by the far-right Heritage Foundation, lay out an explicit, comprehensive plan to completely overhaul the U.S. government from the inside out, with the ultimate goal of furthering far-right wedge issues and concentrating as much power as possible in the hands of the president. Project 2025 is touted as the ultimate solution to paving the way for the next conservative administration, which they believe will take power in January 2025.
Some might say the final solution. You know what I mean? I mean, who? Conservatives are so good at recycling talking points. That's it. That's the only thing that these motherfuckers conserve and recycle is the talking points of prior fascist coalitions. You know what I mean? And former. And current, sorry. Yeah, like the radical left has a grip on power in this country. The radical left doesn't even have a grip on reality in this country. The radical left doesn't exist as a legitimate formation. There is no political power that you can attribute to the radical left because that's not a real thing. Solidarity of this sort under capitalism has to be built. Okay? You can't just like engage in collective bargaining out of nowhere. It doesn't just like materialize. You have to work towards it. You have to build the structures that allow you to have some kind of leverage, some mechanism of pushback, okay? To claw back even your profits that you generate, right? So we don't have that. We don't have labor unions. We don't have workers' councils. We don't have any unions whatsoever. There is no unified radical left. There's no structure for it. Meaningless talking points. Yay. I radically left my job just to watch the Hasanabi stream all day. The final solution to the Jewish question was a Nazi plan for the genocide of individuals they defined as Jews during World War II. Yeah, I know, chatter. That's the joke I was making. That like the current fascist leadership is trying to hit the authoritarianism button even harder, like, and saying that we need a different solution.
5. While the entire project mimics the same talking points that Trump has harped on throughout his presidency and current campaign, the leaders of this project make clear that the plan is not dependent on a specific person winning the Republican nomination and ultimately the White House. Instead, it's a blueprint for the next conservative executive, whoever they may be, to push the limits of presidential power so far that they will answer to no one, wreaking havoc on the delicate balance of our three branches of government that have allowed us to function as a democracy for nearly 2.5 centuries. This is the conservative plan to take over the country. Roll the intro.
Listen, just going back to the radical left, someone in the chat said, oh, well, didn't the UAW and WGA just get like some level of amends from their bosses. And it's like union participation in this country is 10%. Okay? It's crazy. 10%. Also, unions aren't even like radical leftism. Unions are radical leftism. Is like, what are you doing, the business plot? Like, what the fuck do you mean unions are radical leftism? Like, people are talking in a transatlantic accent in here, like they're fucking cigar smoking, monocle wearing tycoon owners. You know what I mean? Trade unionists are radical leftists. We must stop them. Like, back then they were a little bit more radical. You know, they had militancy, they had labor militancy as shit. That's right. It's time to put a stop to the radical militancy of the labor unions.
A lot of you like to assume that lawyers universally are millionaires. And while it's true that there are quite a few millionaire lawyers, many of us are just swimming in cesspools of debt that we had to take on to get these degrees in the first place. So it may come as a shock to learn that I am, in fact, in so much debt. On top of that law degree, I also have an undergrad degree and a house, and I've started a business, and I've taken on more credit card debt than I care to admit to. And with rising interest rates...
Wait a minute. She has a house? Yo, what the fuck am I doing? Watching a content creator with a house, dude? I didn't realize she was fake. A fucking homeowner? Get the hell out of here, dude. Anyway, we're going to watch her ad because there's a new video. Actually, this just came out 3 hours ago. Maybe I shouldn't watch this video yet. I feel like it's a disservice to her. And I kind of don't want to watch it yet. I'll watch it tomorrow. I'm sorry. Or maybe in a couple days. Yeah, y'all need to stop sending me fucking videos that come out immediately and like expect me to immediately react. Anyway, let us talk about the conservative plan to take over the country. You need to know about this from Leisha Miller, okay?
Thanks, PDS Debt. Launched in April 2022, Project 2025 is the brainchild of the far-right think tank, the Heritage Foundation, which deserves its own entire video for all the shady shit that they've been up to over the last 40
I'm surprised she hasn't done one, to be honest, on the Heritage Foundation.
plus years. Project 2025 is systematically building the future of the conservative movement and promoting policy objectives that would have devastating consequences not only in our government, but for...
No, not the female Johnny Harris. Come on. I've watched her videos. That's ridiculous. Like, I don't think she's like a Marxist-Leninist or whatever, but that is so inappropriate. That's insane. I can't believe you just said that. She's like very well thought. Her videos are incredibly well thought out. They're super well fleshed out. She literally directly engages in materialist analysis when covering a lot of the stuff. I don't know if she's like a Marxist or anything like that, but I don't give a shit. She does a great job. Johnny Harris's coverage is oftentimes like just super surface level, rarely ever diving deeper into the background and the minutia or why certain things happen throughout history. That's crazy.
For every person living in this country. That might sound hyperbolic, but I'm telling you, I cover a lot of batshit stories about conservatives, and this one has me spooked as hell, y'all. Their plan to further these goals has 4 pillars. Pillar number 1 is the policy, embodied in that 920-page manifesto they dropped last month. Pillar number 2 is the personnel database. Described as the conservative LinkedIn, the objective of the database is to collect resumes and information for thousands and thousands of conservatives from all walks of life and industries in order to source the best candidates to pack every branch and administrative body in Washington and throughout the states. To ensure that this database of personnel and the chosen warriors who will infiltrate the government at every level are properly prepared to represent the conservative goals set forth in the policy, Project 2025 relies on pillar number 3, train.
Yes, we have the PragerU Zoe B video as well. Don't worry, we're going to cover that as well. I'm excited to cover that too.
Through an online institute, Project 2025 will prepare the foot soldiers of the conservative agenda to push their policies from day one. And because they've been preparing for years, they will be ready on day one of the new conservative presidency, thanks to pillar number 4. Pillar number 4 is the 180-day playbook, the step-by-step guide for the next conservative president to implement the policies laid out.
When people were bringing this up, I thought I thought that Todd Howard calls out encumbered Starfield hoarders. No, you don't need the trays and the pencils. Yeah, this is such a dumb fucking aside that I'm not even going to get into, because like, why does it automatically join the inventory on your fucking spaceship then? I don't, but it's very stupid that like I literally will sell the dumbass shit and then it just rematerializes in the inventory again and again and again. So yeah, I don't want to have all that dumb shit on my spaceship inventory. So why does it keep rematerializing in my spaceship inventory? Perhaps, maybe what you are saying does not actually work with what you have done. Okay? I don't want to have left slipper in the inventory. It just keeps existing in there every time I sell it. And it's not even like a fucking infinite money glitch, because you make like not even half a cent. You would spend literally 3 hours, like piece by piece, selling all this shit, okay, and barely make $54. So it sucks. It's not even worth the time it consumes. When you make ship changes, it grabs shit from these modules into inventory. I know.
Out in the manifesto as quickly and systematically as possible in the first 180 days of their term. Through these 4 pillars, policy, personnel, training, and the playbook, Project 2025 aims to overhaul the entire U.S. government from the inside out, putting in place draconian policies and gutting important government agencies, all in the name of the Constitution and good, white, Christian family values. Let's take
when I first encountered the 2025 or 2024 project or whatever it's called, I thought that it was like the WEF, you know what I mean? Like Project Reset or whatever the fuck they call it. Like more fluff than any like tangible, clear-cut, well-defined policy goals and positions. I'm still not entirely convinced, despite the fact that I know that Republicans are much better at like eviscerating the federal government, gutting it, destroying it, and deregulating at the behest of capital owners. So I am a little bit more fearful of it, but I do still think that it's still kind of like overblown, maybe.
Each pillar in turn, though we will be spending the bulk of our time on pillar 1, the policy, because we have 920 pages to cover, and it is the most fleshed out and horrific part of the plan so far. Project 2025 published their 920-page Mandate for Leadership policy manifesto as a free PDF on their website. I considered getting a physical copy to be able to wave around for you just to see what it looks like printed, but that would require me to give $35 to the Heritage Foundation, so digital will do. That being said, I did not, unfortunately, read 920 pages of this thing, though I don't think it's a bad idea to do so. I did, however, read the first 50 pages of the PDF, including the list of organizers, authors, the introductory note, and the foreword, to get a good flavor of what's going on. And frankly, entire books could be and have been written on some of the batshit theories and doctrines they rely on just in the introduction alone. So we have plenty to dig into. Plus, the work of journalists who have pored over the manifesto at length will help us in our dizzying tour of the policies laid out in this manifesto. So let's get into it. The policy book is divided into 5 sections. 1, taking the reins of government. 2, the common defense. 3, the general.
I just don't get it, because it's like, this already happened. You know what I mean? Like, Republicans have already done, like, what more are they going to do with the control that they have? Like, at that point, it's just for funsies. I guess they just want to, like, kill trans people for fun. Like, is that what they're going to do? Like, it's kind of like when Republicans end up accidentally or deliberately instituting a reversing Roe v. Wade and creating a process in which in many red states where abortion was already pretty much not illegal, but, like, very hard to get, now it's just completely illegal, right? Like, you just created a structure that will galvanize your opposition, and it is so entirely unnecessary. That's part of the reason why the Republican Party currently is suffering from its own success, as I say all the time. So, like, what more do you want to do? Like, what will have you not enacted, at least at the state level in this fucking country? State level that allows you to take it all the way up to the Supreme Court with all the courts that you have stacked to the brim with Federalist Society perverts. Like, what more do you want out of the situation? Are you so horny that you want to, I guess, like, create concentration camps or something? Like, what's the reason for this? It doesn't make sense. They have everything. They have effectively, over the course of the past half of a century, been able to gut the power that Congress held. the legislative body is completely neutered, okay? They moved over to power to the state legislatures where they actually win even when they lose the popular vote because of districting, okay, which another W for them. They've also basically padded every single level in the court system with Federalist Society perverts all the way up to the Supreme Court. They have a Supreme Court supermajority that is seemingly permanent unless, like, you know, something really funny happens and like all of the conservative, like the young conservative Supreme Court justices like die in like a fucking plane accident or something. And so what more do you want? That is precisely the reason why they can get away with doing incredibly unpopular initiatives that hyper-focus on 1% of the population that most people don't even give a shit about, right? For example, all of the anti-trans legislation. Like, there is no real momentum towards anti-trans legislation. There is not really anyone on the ground who's like, this is really going to improve my material conditions. Like, this is, wow, I have a lot of economic anxiety, and like, if only we could fuck over some trans people. Like, only the worst perverts fucking despise trans people to that degree. But they can do that. They can actually push that legislation every day. How can they do that? Well, they can do that because they own the states. They own the state legislatures. So I guess the next step in this process would be to move away from a federalist structure to one that actually gives more federal control to the executive, that and then they can just like implement federal bans at the federal level and start enforcing their agenda on blue states, which are the economic engine that drives the country in most cases. And that's their final goal, I guess. Like, because I'm thinking, like, what is the one area that they haven't been able to like enact their agenda? And I guess it's like blue states, right? So maybe they want to enforce their perspective on blue states as well. What? Soros AGs blanket the country. Just look at all the big cities and criminals that get turned loose. Yes, dude. I would also agree with you if I was a schizophrenic, a weirdo who literally was perfectly fine and had a healthy brain and then read too many posts and became schizophrenic. It can happen. Sometimes it's hereditary, and in other instances, it's just like I read too many posts, and now I believe that fucking George Soros is blanketing the country with George Soros-backed progressive district attorneys that are letting criminals go. A statement that you can only put out there, a statement that under any other circumstance would be considered so insane that you can only hear it from a dude standing on top of a soapbox outside of a metro station in one of these big cities with these progressive DAs, right? And yet now online, I can get that hand delivered to me by like not just one person, but a bunch of people who can, under the guise of anonymity, act like they're actually brilliant and not just completely batshit insane. Anyway, let's continue.
Welfare. 4, the economy. And 5, independent regulatory agencies. The note at the beginning of the paper, authored by Project 2025 director Paul Dans, a former Trump official, lays out what's at stake. The long...
FYI, not sure if anything has changed, but Zoe B does not seem to appreciate React content. This is unlisted. How did you find this unlisted video? I am not watching the Zoe B video at all. Thank you for sending that to me. We are not watching that video. I'll just fucking watch Prager U Kids on my own. There's plenty of coverage that I've done on the matter. But thank you for finding the video. She unlisted it after the drama. All right, let's continue.
March of cultural Marxism through our institutions has come to pass. The federal government is a behemoth, weaponized against American citizens and conservative values, with freedom and liberty under siege as never before. The task at hand to reverse this tide and restore our republic...
Barbara Streisand effect in effect. Wait, what?
...to its original moorings is too great for any one conservative policy shop to spearhead. It requires the...
What does he mean by original moorings, I wonder? Oh, for the record, the reason why I watch people like Leisha Miller or even in that situation, Zoe B, is not to like run, is not to basically like allow time to go by as I sit there and not do anything. I like using them as a vehicle to deliver the exact same narrative that I'm going to deliver regardless. For those of you who are unfamiliar with what I do here, And I like giving them a platform while doing so, because this is much more entertaining and enjoyable to consume than for me to just go to the website and read out the exact same things and probably come to the similar conclusions that she's going to come to here. I find it to be a win-win situation. A community of content enjoyers now are more aware of someone whose content I appreciate and enjoy, and also she gets to summarize this information that I would be reading out from a website anyway. If, however, some of these people that I do look to in times have an issue with me reacting to their content, despite the fact that I do offer additional commentary, I don't just like play it because I don't know Leisha personally, right? So I wouldn't just like play it and walk away. But if they do have issues with that and they feel as though I'm not giving the full-throated reaction necessary, I will just not watch their videos in the future. However, I'm still doing a ethical react in this regard.
Collective action of our movement. With the quickening approach of January 2025, we have 2 years and 1 chance to get it right. The language throughout the policy manifesto and the Project 2025 website is militant, clearly meant to play into the fears and the patriotic duty that far-right constituents feel so strongly, the same militant language that led to the righteous anger of the January 6th insurrection. The report starts with, "We want you." The 2025 presidential transition project is the conservative movement's unified effort to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern at 12 noon, January 20th, 2025. Welcome to the mission. By opening this book, you are now a part of it. Indeed, one set of eyes reading these pages will be those of the 47th President of the United States, and we hope every other reader will join in making the incoming administration a success. And I know this, it's not explicitly about Trump, but listen, we all know that man is not reading a 920-page manifesto in the unlikely chance that he does take the White House in January 2025. Get real. But you get the vibe. This is positioned as a mandate, making readers, ostensibly the conservative foot soldiers who'll do their bidding, feel like they're in on a top secret mission. This is...
Okay, for the record, most Republicans, even in these photos, are not capable of reading 900 pages in a row. But you know who does? The producers at Fox News, the producers at Daily Wire, the producers at whatever the fuck Steven Crowder is doing now that haven't been sexually harassed into quitting their jobs. Okay, if he still has producers, that's probably what they're doing. They're reading this. So those guys always read this shit. That is why I always say when you talk to a conservative, you are basically addressing the exact same talking points, no matter how clever or how stupid they are, because they're very good at getting the talking points to be disseminated both through mainstream media with Fox News and also through independent outlets online through PragerU and Daily Wire and the entire conservative circuit. We do not have a similar thing on the left. We do not have the think tanks because obviously think tanks would need some level of consolidation of wealth to be able to launch that sort of thing. So you can't really do that. There's no business interest backing big left, right? The closest you can get to would probably be labor unions funding something like this, but labor unions are too busy fucking fighting fighting to claw back some level of labor power that was stolen from them over the course of the past couple of decades, if not century. So they don't have any time and opportunity to do so. I try to do this as best as I possibly can with the limited amount of time that I have. There's only so many times in the day. But there's a reason why, down to the fucking gray name that comes in here to say, Trump, he's the best, you fucking suck. Whoa, bet you have nothing to say about Hunter Biden getting arrested, right? Like, you fucking idiot, you love Joe Biden. That guy got that talking point without even realizing it. He didn't read the Heritage Foundation footnotes. He just got that talking point through the conservative media machine that is a very well-oiled machine that runs every fucking day, okay? And it works to disseminate that information from the tippy top, from the think tanks all the way down to the average gray name. The advantage, of course, is that if you know those talking points, you can immediately destroy them And it doesn't matter how brilliant the other person is, because it's usually always the same talking points. That's why I can always pre-watch videos without actually watching them, because I've duked it out against those talking points for 10 years.
Some G.I. Joe mission shit, because the authors know that that is the absolute conservative wet dream and they're playing into it. The foreword includes a tidy summation of all the conservative wedge issues and talking points that have been flying around over the last few decades, all of which are addressed at length in the document. Look at America under the ruling and cultural elite today. Inflation is ravaging family budgets, drug overdose deaths continue to escalate, and children suffer the toxic normalization of transgenderism, with drag queens and pornography invading their school libraries. Overseas, a totalitarian communist dictatorship in Beijing is engaged in a strategic...
Okay, I'm beginning to realize what the issue is. They realize that, like, conservative policies are not exactly popular, because a lot of people mistake the conservative agenda happening whether they voted for it or not with it being popular. That's why there's the meta of the silent majority, right? That's not the case. Is the can't shut the fuck up minority, but they think they're the silent majority, right? When in fact they are not. So instead, now they're just going, yeah, we realize that, like, there isn't really a lot of interest on the ground for a lot of the things that we're pushing for, and people kind of look at us as though we're gross, and we can't brainwash enough people in short time. So we should just, like, do the same thing that I've been describing. I, Hassan Piker, have been describing about how they manipulate state legislatures to make it seem like there is actual support for these positions. And just take over the entire government.
Cultural and economic Cold War against America's interests, values, and people, all while globalist elites in Washington awaken only slowly to that growing threat. Moreover, low-income communities are drowning in addiction and government dependence.
They're getting that good. They're addicted, I would say, to government dependence. Me, I'm addicted to Snap, man. It's so sick. I'm addicted to EBT, where I'm just drowning in it too. I'm like, oh no, I'm buying so many fudge rounds, dude. I'm 5'4", 320 pounds, and I'm fucking buying all the goddamn fudge rounds, baby. I'm addicted to fucking child tax credits.
Elites have even repurposed the worst ingredients of 1970s radical chic to build the totalitarian cult known today as the Great Awakening. Most alarming of all, the very moral foundations of our society are in peril. The foreword goes on to list the 4 broad fronts that the policy mandate will cover. Those are: 1, restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. 2,
protect our children by dismantling child tax credits. That's what we need to do. Protect our children by also dismantling any number of regulatory mechanisms that prevent them from working in grueling conditions, doing labor that, cause them to be injured permanently at such an early age. I'm talking about the mines, okay? I'm talking about how the children yearn for it. I'm talking kids need to fucking figure out where their bootstraps are, okay?
The administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. 3, defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats.
Bounty.
4, secure our God-given individual...
They're coming for our jalapeno poppers, brother. The Mexicans. They're coming over the border. Our bounty, brother. What bounty, man? Have you seen America recently?
Rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. And the manifesto goes on to lay out over 920 pages in 5 sections how they plan on furthering those 4 fronts. Chief among the policies promoted in the manifesto are a gutting of the administrative state and furtherance of the unitary executive theory, which we'll get into what those mean. Plus,
okay, so yeah, it is like Dick Cheney, George W. Bush, or I mean, it's the unitary executive theory has been around for a minute now. It's not like necessarily new. So they are trying to, first, they dismantled legislative power. I would say that this accelerated under the Obama administration. Like, they were testing the waters, and basically they decided, like, oh, we are not getting punished for obstructing. You know what I mean? Like, we're just not. The parties are completely polarized at this point, and it doesn't matter. There's no geopolitical interest that differs between like the Southern Democratic Party and the Northern Democratic Party. If you're a Democrat in the South, you're voting Democrat. If you're a Democrat in the North, you're voting Democrat. There is no like genuine regional interest at play here. So, so what we must do is, or what we can do is get away with being obstructionist. So much so that they're even obstructing themselves right now with the looming threat of a government shutdown. So I guess now that they have decided obstruction is not punishable, they destroyed, effectively dismantled the legislative body. No more confidence there at all. And now they use the state legislatures to enact their agenda. But finally, the last piece of that puzzle is beefing up the executive, the powers that the executive office holds, so that they can have like a permanent tyranny, I guess, and get like way more ruthless about social issues.
Anti-globalist and anti-environmentalist policies to protect from infiltration of Chinese culture into American life and continue the flourishing of American commerce, plus draconian anti-LGBTQ+ policies and a centering of religion and the traditional family unit in every aspect of governance. Yeah. It's bleak. Let's get into it. By far the scariest aspect of the policy, and the one getting the most critical commentary, is the absolutist commitment to gutting the administrative state and concentrating power into the hands of the president. The administrative state is sometimes called the fourth branch of government, and there have been debates for centuries as to whether it's constitutional. You know, all those agencies like the EPA, Social Security Agency, HUD, FEMA, the Fed, the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, all of those governmental bodies that manage the administration of day-to-day operation of the country and promulgate regulations for everything from transportation to healthcare to food to clean water. That's the administrative state. It's not technically in the Constitution, but that doesn't.
This is what Vivek is talking about too, I guess. I was unfamiliar with this. Like, I didn't realize that's what Republicans were referring to when they talk about the fourth branch. Okay, now I know. See? This is great. Thank you, Leisha Miller, for teaching me this. Also, everybody go give her a like and subscribe. She's great.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's not constitutional. And listen, most law students take an admin law class, and I can tell you right now that shit is dry. I barely could keep my eyes open during that class, so I won't bore you with too much detail, but this issue does take on a new and much more important meaning when you learn what Project 2025 wants to do about it. So here's some Admin Law 101. Admin law governs the structure, decision processes, and behavior of administrative agencies. Those agencies are created by statute, executive order, or by state constitutions. Admin agencies are also referred to as commissions, boards, authorities, bureaus, offices.
So what? They just want the president to do fucking everything? Or are the conservatives about to rediscover the delegation of tasks and division of labor? No. They want the president to do nothing. They want the president to do everything, but also simultaneously, they don't want the president to do anything. Because if you don't have the EPA, the president can't fucking literally, like, deal with the things, the day-to-day of the EPA or the Department of Education or the Department of Transportation or the, housing, urban development. Like, these are all government agencies that are working to make your lives bearable and livable on a daily basis. Things that I talk about all the time about why the government is so big and why that's actually not a problem and actually a good thing, okay? Like every little thing that even private corporations take advantage of, like one of the greatest examples of this from Adam Conover's G-Word, something that I've talked about quite a bit, is like the military's meteorologist department, right? Like the satellites that are in orbit and also the planes that fucking fly into goddamn hurricanes and shit. Like all of that stuff is being controlled by the government that private companies take advantage of and basically reskin and repackage and sell to you as though it's totally separate and totally their own doing. But that's not the case. The government is back there working. Okay? Just like, for example, when you get a fucking when you go to the grocery store and you buy a fucking slab of beef or you buy 2 pounds of chicken because you love eating straight white chicken breasts because it has the highest protein, okay? And you go there, you know full well that like that chicken is going to be up to standards, right? You're not going to eat the chicken and automatically die. You're not going to eat the chicken and automatically start hallucinating that at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break. Okay? Like, this guy didn't even care. He just said top of the hour. At that point, you're not even trying to debate me. Okay? What is going on here? You just said top of the hour. That's what you just said. You didn't even say anything else. No, didn't even try. Anyway, he's fucking min-maxing. The amount of government activity required for any commercial aviation to occur is crazy. Exactly. We just like kind of assume that that stuff is happening and we take it for granted. And it's incredibly stupid. The AccuWeather CEO is lobbying the government to prevent the NOAA from releasing their forecast to the public for free because that would basically make AccuWeather a non-entity. So anyway, like I was saying, though, all that stuff, including the top of the hour, is real and it's happening all the time. You might not recognize it because maybe you're subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or that you've gotten lucky and gotten gifted a sub, and that's why you don't see the top of the hour ad break. But it's here and it's now, and here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's continue. But yeah, all that stuff the government does, and we just kind of take for granted, but it's a very important part of our day-to-day existence.
Departments, divisions, etc. They're created by executive order, meaning when the president says so, or by Congress. Say Congress passes a law saying something is illegal. In that same law, they might say, we also create this new agency, and this agency is tasked with overseeing and
Thank you, Bill
implementing
Vaughn, for
this
the 10
law.
gifted.
For example, the Federal Food and Drug Administration was created by the Pure Food and Drugs Act of 1906.
I hate that. The FDA, I hate that, man. I don't want the food and drugs to be controlled by a government agency. That's communism. Bathtub meth. Bathtub penicillin. I want bathtub insulin. Why is the government stopping me, an entrepreneur, from making insulin in my bathtub? Fuck you. Okay? Food safety inspection, more like food socialism inspection. Yeah, that's right. I changed the S from safety to socialism because that's socialism. Socialism is when you can't do bathtub fentanyl, and the government comes in and tells you can't do that, and then you have a massive 10-hour standoff because you have a bunch of guns because you love the Second Amendment, and then they end up tossing poison gas into your home, and then your babies die, and then you go to federal prison. Okay, but ultimately, if the FDA didn't exist, I should be able to do bathtub meth. I should be able to do bathtub fentanyl. I should be able to do bathtub insulin. Coffee pot cooked chicken in public schools.
To oversee the implementation of that law. The main functions of
Yeah, this is what happens without the FDA. Libertarian dream equals everyone gets botulism. Yes, dude. Botulism is when your body is too weak to withstand parasites, okay, and other bacteria. Excuse me, a little bit of botulism actually made Steve MRE 1987 stronger, okay, and not weaker. Weak ones die, the strong ones survive. That's how we become stronger as a nation.
Administrative agencies are to investigate, make rules, and adjudicate. That's why there's administrative law courts. They're not state or federal courts. They're separate, less formal courts where agencies can conduct hearings and enforce the regulations that they write and promote. Those admin law rulings can be appealed up to state and federal courts, but most of the day-to-day workings of administrative agencies happen within the agencies.
At this point, why not just call anything good government stuff socialism to get normies on board? Hello? Because normies hate socialism more than they hate anything else. Because there's a little thing called the Red Scare propaganda. What you are describing, even though you are a very nice person, but unfortunately a little too naive, is exactly what the Republican Party does every election cycle. And they are very effective at gutting all of those institutions by calling it socialism. I'm not even kidding. Like what you're saying is the Republican Party's like strategy.
And their courts. That doesn't mean, however, that there is zero oversight of these agencies. Like I said, rulings in the admin law courts can be appealed to state and federal courts. Congress can pass laws like the Administrative Procedure Act to rein in administrative agencies, and Congress also still controls the purse strings. The first federal admin agency was...
You said normies hate socialism more than... Outside this chat, most normies hate socialism? My friend, in this chat, normies hate socialism. What are we talking about? Even socialists hate socialism half the fucking time. It's just like There are so many people that come in here always and are just like, oh, I'm a socialist, but I just hate whatever you're preaching.
The State Department, created in 1789 when Congress was still chock-a-block full of original framers of the Constitution, I might add, which does back up claims that the administrative bodies are implied in the Constitution. The idea behind creating these agencies, instead of having Congress or the president alone in charge of implementing the laws, because it turns out it takes a lot of work to run a country, and agencies are in charge of creating a lot of regulations. Further, agencies are staffed by subject matter experts, at least in theory. So, for example, the people in the EPA...
Putting Betsy DeVos. So Betsy DeVos is technically a subject matter expert, just in the opposite direction. You know what I mean? It's like putting Mohammed Atta in charge of the FAA, okay? Like, he is a subject matter expert, it's just in the opposite direction. And that's precisely what Betsy DeVos did as well. Betsy DeVos is the Mohammed Atta of education. She spent her entire life and all of her family's dumbass money basically destroying, doing a 9/11 on Michigan schools, only to then be rewarded with the position of Secretary of Education so she could continue doing a 9/11 every day from the Department of Education, as a matter of fact. So, you know, she does have subject matter expertise, which is precisely why I said, like, in a sea of contenders, like, Vivek Ramaswamy doesn't make the cut when you got dudes who have made it their whole lives mission to, like, blow up the Department of Education. Like, a guy like Vivek is not going to be able to, like, whisper sweet nothings into Trump's ear and then automatically get that position when there are plenty of other, like, billionaire psychopaths who want that and have way more experience doing those things. Yes, her brother is Blackwater's Eric Prince, or you mean Academy, or you mean whatever the fuck it's called now, because they can't stop doing war crimes. Anyway, let's continue.
At least in theory. So, for example, the people in the EPA have spent their careers learning about environmental policy and regulation and are therefore much better positioned to implement a law than the lone president or Congress people. And the Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld the constitutionality of administrative agencies and tends to give a lot of deference to their decisions because they are the subject matter experts. While Congress often creates the agencies, most of them technically fall under the purview of the executive branch, of which the president is the head, because the Constitution vests the power to faithfully execute the laws of the country in the president in Article 2. Admin agencies do just that. They execute the laws, and they oversee said execution in a way that a single executive couldn't, and also in a way that ensures extensive checks and balances over executive authority. But this is why the president typically appoints heads of all these agencies, because they're technically part of the executive branch. But while the heads of those agencies come and go with the politics of the time, the people operating under them are not tied to politics or a president and tend to make careers out of working in those agencies. This again,
or a career out of looking in the other direction, and then finally, after many, many years of working in that federal agency, leaving the federal agency to immediately go and work in the private sector, with a insane salary, which is also known as the revolving door. So, yeah, they go from lobbying to being on the agency to only go back to lobbying once more. That's just how it works, which is unfortunate. However, there are still beautiful, wonderful, brilliant people out there who are actually pushing the cause forward and do legitimately believe the things that they are that they're advocating for and pursuing with the limited amount of power that these federal agencies currently have. Lena Khan comes to mind over at the FTC. As you guys know, we covered some of the stuff that she's done extensively. She's currently suing Amazon for being an e-commerce monopoly. So, yeah, technically there are a lot of people that get sucked into the revolving door, because why the fuck don't you want to be a cynical piece of shit that makes, $1 million a year at the same company that you never actually regulated when you were supposed to. The other part is the NLRB, of course. There's another group of awesome guys over there doing the most. Some of the agencies have people that have to do the good work. FDA has a bunch of people that have to do the good work. Other aspects of the FDA are, of course, susceptible to regulatory capture. There's the good and the bad. Same with the EPA. Some of it is due to genuine limitations in funding, genuine legal limitations and legal hurdles placed in front of them by Congress or the Supreme Court, and others are a lack of interest in actually implementing any of the regulation that they're tasked with, because they know full well that they'll get the fucking bag when they inevitably move over to the private sector.
Creates a modicum of separations of powers and ensures that people with subject matter expertise are staffing these agencies. So sure, you can appoint the Attorney General as president, but you can't fire all the prosecutors who don't agree with you. I was working at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston the day that Jeff Sessions was fired, and the jubilation some of those lawyers felt, it was palpable. And they don't have to worry about losing their job because of that, or at least not for now. Okay, so this is why administrative law is considered the fourth branch of government. It wields a lot of power. Some would say too much power, which is why Project 2025 is so dead set on gutting administrative bodies. Are we on the same page? Great. You are now more of an expert on admin law than 99% of the US population. The foreword in Project 2025's policy manifesto lays out their objections to the current state of affairs. Congress passes intentionally vague laws that delegate decision-making over a given issue to a federal agency. That agency's bureaucrats, not just unelected but seemingly unfireable, then leap at the chance to fill the vacuum created by Congress's preening cow.
God, I hate these fucking monsters, man. The worst aspect of this is that the guys that are typing those fucking words and their children are not going to be impacted by the water supply getting filled to the brim with toxic pollutants, because they'll go and they'll, knowing full well that that is happening, they'll either A, move to an area where that is not happening, okay, because they're not living in fucking Flint, Michigan or Pittsburgh, okay? They're living in an area where that is not that big of a problem. Or if that does become a big problem because, EPA has no control over it whatsoever, then they can just buy the fucking top of the line filter. You know what I mean? They always will have money in the upper middle class and above to avoid these issues that they are causing.
Cowardice. The federal government is growing larger and less constitutionally accountable, even to the president, every year. Okay, so they're saying there's too many bureaucrats and the president doesn't have enough power. It continues. The conservative promise lays out how to fire supposedly unfireable federal bureaucrats, how to shutter wasteful and corrupt bureaus and offices, how to muzzle woke propaganda at every level of government, how to restore the American people's constitutional authority over the administrative state, and how to save untold taxpayer dollars in the process. So they're basically Ron Swansoning the government, attempting to put people in places of power to dismantle federal agencies from the inside. Except it's not a fun joke about a lovable libertarian with a mustache. It has far-reaching consequences that are made all the more dire when you learn about the unitary executive theory, the theory upon which many of the Project 2025 recommendations rely. Okay, we got admin law, unitary executive theory. We are getting into some deep constitutional law principles today, my friends. And if you want even more of a primer on constitutional law, check out my free 2-week email course called Smartass Civics. Sign up to receive daily bite-sized morsels of con law delivered straight to your inbox. You'll be beating your racist Uncle Rick at arguments by Thanksgiving. Link in the description. Okay, so unitary executive theory. It's this batshit theory that has only been made up in the last few decades. In fact, we have our good...
Which is like 90% of Republican strategies made up by like pointing to some fucking 17th century misunderstanding of the law to be like, no, this is what the founders actually intended. You don't understand. And it's always post hoc rationalizations for like a concept that at least like is supposed to be offensive to like the core of what it means to be American, which is an authoritarian singular leader that controls all aspects of your lives that you pay taxes to. It's kind of like how we designed this society. It's the one good thing that like the American Revolution did.
Good old friend Ronald fucking Reagan to blame once again for its proliferation, because of course. The theory came to prominence during Reagan, but really put down roots during the presidency of George W. Bush. Basically, the theory rejects the idea of 3 equal branches of government put in place to ensure a rigorous system of checks and balances so no one branch becomes too powerful. Instead, the unitary executive theory says actually, inherent in Article 2 of the Constitution, the president has complete control of the executive executive branch. So Congress can't create all of these agencies and put power in the hands of agency heads to make decisions. That power is supposed to be concentrated in the hands of the one singular executive. Reagan's lawyers came up with the idea in order to push deregulatory efforts. Bush Jr. used it to lend validity to his exercises of power after 9/11. While Obama expressed a more modest view of presidential power initially, he too exercised authority that circumvented Congress in several policy areas, especially in the deployment of U.S. military forces overseas. And then Trump, of course, came in and was like, hold my Big Mac. Let me
The bipartisan, the bipartisan cause, baby. It's apolitical. You know what I mean? It's apolitical. You know, the one area where we will always do our very best.
We try this. And he frequently tested the bounds.
Oh my God, I got a message. Oh my God. Chat, at 2:30, I got a message from the Trump campaign. Join President Trump at Carvel, 11037 Santa Monica Boulevard in 30 minutes. You don't want to miss this. Trump is currently, I guess like at 3 p.m., he was at Carvel on Santa Monica Boulevard. Carvel Ice Cream at Santa Monica Boulevard, which is funny because I've been to that ice cream shop before. I used to live near it. That's so sick. Oh my God, I could have been there. Oh my God, if I got that text, if I looked at my text messages earlier, I could have fucking been there. And I had the chance to do the funniest thing, dude, which is kiss him.
Of acceptable exercise of executive power. From Muslim bans to the border to threatening sanctuary cities, he declared over and over that his authority extended to overriding congressional laws and funding authority. As one judge stated in response to Trump's threats against sanctuary cities, the separation of powers acts as a check on tyranny and the concentration of power. If the executive branch can determine policy and then use the power of the purse to mandate compliance with that policy by the state and local governments, all without authorization or even acquiescence of elected legislators, that check against tyranny is forsaken. Trump considered himself and his presidential powers not only beyond the bounds of Congress, but even beyond the bounds of judicial review, arguing that his travel ban was unreviewable by the federal courts. The judge in that case declared there is no precedent to support this claimed unreviewability, which runs contrary to the fundamental structure of our constitutional democracy. Even scholars who are in favor of wide-reaching executive power are appalled at Trump's behavior. John Yoo advocates in favor of the unitary executive theory and famously wrote a memo defending the legality of waterboarding under Bush. But
Fuck, I missed this, man. I missed that big, beautiful boy, baby. I missed him. I could have been there. Oh my God. California is Trump country, says Carvel Ice Cream. That's so sick. Fuck, that's so sick. Yeah, this was perfectly explained in the movie Vice. This is how Dick Cheney did so much bullshit. Exactly. The OOC lawyer that told Obama he was cool with the drone strike of Anwar al-Awlaki spoke to my class the other day. My professor said it was too pointed to ask the guest whether he regrets war crimes. Well, the answer is no anyway. All right, let's get back to the video.
He also wrote a New York Times editorial entitled Executive Power Run Amok, saying,
Adam McKay's
even I
Vice is
have
the
grave
movie.
concerns about Mr. Trump's uses of presidential power. Yikes. But it appears that Project 2025 is supporting the idea that the president should constitutionally be entitled to vast levels of control over all administrative agencies, what they do, and who runs and staffs them from the top down, and Congress should have no ability to check that executive authority. Many constitutional law scholars argue that this is beyond the bounds of the Constitution, no matter how you look at it. But
except it doesn't fucking matter because constitutional law at this point is just, again, totally partisan and totally vibes based, and there's not really much you can do about it. It kind of always has been that case. We just kind of make shit up as we go along. Much like the unitary executive theory, another completely made up concept of like strict textualism is another perfect example of conservatives just looked at something and were like, let's just make something up to not show our naked partisan efforts. Okay? It is literally a made up legal theory that they teach in schools like it's fucking legitimate. It is completely ridiculous. Okay? All matter of like conservative analysis over legal text oftentimes revolves around like a goal that they have as they like post hoc rationalize the goals that they have and try to justify it, as Democrats go, oh, but what about the norms? Oh, well, I guess you're still working within the bounds of the existing system. Of course, if you are an institutionalist, like a real one, and you genuinely care about it, well, the reality is, those who don't care about it and just want to get their power across will do everything they can to destroy those institutions.
First administration of Donald Trump, whether or not there's a second, has already done the damage. As Jeffrey Crouch writes in his 2020 book on the unitary executive theory, yes, there are entire books about this, once precedents have been established for presidents to exercise expansive presidential powers with little pushback, future chief executives will be less likely to feel responsible for dialing them back.
Nah. I could see pussy ass Democratic Party members being like, no, we should push this back and only allow conservatives to expand on it, only for us to just like dial it back again every time we're in power. So functionally, all you're doing is ratchet affecting the executive unitary theory as well as all other aspects of American civil liberties.
And Project 2025 is betting on just that, with its expansive overhaul of every administrative agency in the country. If he does get back in the White House, Trump has made clear that he'll finish what he started, declaring he will find and remove the radicals.
I mean, they have a canceling student loan debt, right? Yeah, remember when all the student loan debt was canceled, which, by the way, wasn't even executive unitary theory in that situation. It is quite literally government debt owed to the executive. So it's not like it's a little bit different than that when you say, oh, student loans that we are offering, we can cancel or forgive. And guess what? It didn't fucking happen anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Who have infiltrated the federal Department of Education and promising to demolish the deep state.
We will expel the war.
Like, that wasn't executive unitary theory. That was actually constitutionally afforded a constitutionally afforded right to the executive office. And even then, SCOTUS was like, I don't give a shit. Fuck you. You're not allowed. That's it. That's literally what happened there. It wasn't like a erosion of civil liberties, of course, or it wasn't like overreaching and doing something that's not completely in your control. It was literally within the purview of the presidency to do so, and yet they just didn't let it happen. Supreme Court was like, no, you can't do it.
Warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. And we will throw off the sick political class that hates our country.
He plans to do this in part through what's been called Schedule F, a plan that Project 2025 appears to adopt as well. In the waning days of Trump's presidency, he passed an executive order called Creating Schedule F in the Accepted Service. This order removed employment protections from career officials, those who work in government agencies in a non-political, non-appointed position, deeming them Schedule F employees who may be fired at will by the president, presumably if they don't show sufficient loyalty or execute the duties of the agency in the way the president deems necessary, effectively stripping any sort of checks or balances on the president's ability.
Yeah, like when the president says, like, let's say the president has some really cool ideas about bleach, okay, killing COVID. Let's say the president doesn't just like bring that up in conversation when he's delivering an address to the nation as he was doing during, I don't know, like a pandemic or something. Let's say he follows through on that alongside hydroxychloroquine as being an effective way to, defeat COVID in the body. And then members of the administrative agencies that are supposed to say, hey, I'm a scientist. That's insane. You would kill people if we were to like push this out from our agencies as though it's the most effective way to get rid of COVID. You could just go, you're fired, and then fire them, and then be able to continue hiring whoever the fuck you want to that position that will actually go, yeah, you know what? That is true. We should do the bleach thing.
to control federal agencies from the top down. In fact, two former Trump White House aides, Johnny McEntee and Russell Vought, who were instrumental to Schedule F, are also involved in Project 2025, indicating a continuation of the policy by whatever conservative president next takes the White House. McEntee is quoted as saying, "Our current executive branch was conceived of by liberals for the purpose of promulgating liberal policies. There is no way to make the existing structure function in a conservative."
He means, and this goes to the heart of the matter, the Hassanabi truism. Conservatives want bad things and they hate good things because they think good things are liberal and bad things are conservative. That is exactly what he's doing here, where he says the EPA, the Department of Education, like all matter of federal agencies that have to exist for you to enjoy living in civilized society in the way that you currently do, even though they oftentimes don't do enough. All of those things are bad, actually. And what would be good is if we destroyed them. Those are liberal and bad. Clean water, liberal and bad. In knowing full well that or at least having confidence in the meat that you're purchasing, that is not going to poison you. Well, that's bad, actually. That's bad and it's liberal and I don't like that. We should destroy that, actually. It's pussy lib shit.
Manner. It's not enough to get the personnel right. What's necessary is a complete system overhaul. And that is at the heart of Project 2025's plan. None of their policies and wedge issues work without gutting the administrative state and concentrating more power in the hands of the president. Of course, their goal is also to pack Congress and the courts.
So you just brought something up that's interesting. They want regulatory agencies banned so that Congress can get clogged with enforcing regulations, except here's the reality, okay? Those regulatory agencies were created out of necessity. Every single piece of regulation or every single regulatory agency was built with blood, okay? All of that ink was written with blood. It's not like someone was like, I'm a gay communist pussy-ass soy lib, and I want fucking the environment to be protected because I'm gay as fuck, dude. Like, that's not what Richard Nixon said. You know what I mean? Like, it had to happen. So it's not like, yeah, Triangle Shirtwaist Factory or issues such as that did not just, these things, these protections, these regulations, the ink is with blood. And it's not like, and a lot of that, a lot of these regulations were not created, designed single-handedly by, again, some gay-ass lib who is in a position of power, who is the president, but instead by Congress to again, do what the Congress or previous Congresses had decided is a necessity for survival, okay? You get it? So, like, technically, you can gum up the works all day, every day inside of Congress, but, this is all of these agencies were already built by Congress anyway.
With as many conservatives as possible, but that's less of a problem when you establish an executive with unchecked power. And through that unchecked power, the new conservative executive will be able to gut agencies and put people in place to further conservative agendas. Those include a push away from environmental protections in favor of becoming a fossil fuels industry leader, a move away from what they call globalism, including encouraging corporations to bring jobs back from overseas. And the foreword to the manifesto declares, those who run our so-called American corporations have bent to the will of the woke agenda and care more for their foreign investors and organizations than their American workers and customers. Today, nearly every top-tier U.S. university president or Wall Street hedge fund manager has more in common with a socialist European head of state than with the parents at a high school football game in Waco, Texas.
Yeah, again, we need to do like sanity checks. Like, you need to do a critical sanity dice roll before you get to write stuff, I think, for a think tank. Like, if you think that Jeff Bezos is more in common with a fucking socialist than, ironically, the guy writing this article, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, dude. Like, Jamie Dimon is like, man, we really need to fucking, we really need to have a violent revolution to create a dictatorship of the proletariat, He's always saying that.
Many elites' entire identity, it seems, is wrapped up in their sense of superiority over those people. But under our Constitution, they are the mere equals of the workers who shower after work.
There's nothing funnier to me than a guy who says those who run American corporations are bent to the will of the woke agenda and care more for foreign investors and they're closer, they have more in common with socialists, when like your job at the Heritage Foundation is quite literally to make sure those woke socialists get everything, okay? They run society and they get everything. I think some of these guys actually forgot that wedge issues serve a purpose. I think this feels like these guys, even at the place where they churn up new wedge issues, the think tank that is designed to specifically create wedge issues, to drive a wedge, to keep people hyper-focused on like idiotic culture war battles, have forgotten why they do those culture war battles to begin with. It is so that shareholder profits are seen as absolute and the most important thing possible, and that we can erode the regulatory agencies specifically so that those socialist guys can make as much money as they possibly can. They want to max out. I don't know what the fuck these guys are talking about. This is like a very Ron DeSantian take. Very Ron DeSantis tries to use big government initiatives to bully Disney approach, really. You're forgetting that, you know, at a certain point, you're supposed to scale back on the culture war stuff because that's just simply supposed to be a distraction.
Instead of before. And while that passage is absolutely unhinged for many reasons, there are a few things we can agree on here. American corporations absolutely do care more for their foreign investors and organizations than their American workers and customers. And yeah, they hide behind woke language like DEI while also being awful for workers, the environment, and equality writ large. But I think conservatives genuinely think that corporations actually believe the DEI bullshit they spew, and that it's not just a way to avoid lawsuits. Like,
yeah.
Come on, guys, I thought you were a little smarter than that. Also, I would wager a bet that the framers of our Constitution, largely products of the Academy, did not consider themselves equal to laborers who showered after work. The policy also shows an outsized obsession with China, another popular conservative talking point, saying that China is a
Well, it's a liberal talking point, too. Well, everyone's a liberal, and liberals are conservative, so that kind of makes sense. But, like, you know. Also, yeah, remember when Chatter called her Johnny Harris? Johnny Harris would read this and go, well, this part is actually correct.
totalitarian enemy of the United States, not a strategic partner or fair competitor, and that America's elites have betrayed the American people. The solution to all of the above problems is not to tinker with this or that government program to replace this or that bureaucrat. These are problems not of technocratic efficiency, but of national sovereignty and constitutional governance. We solve them not by trimming and reshaping the leaves, but by ripping out the trees, root and branch. The report goes on to say, illegal immigration should be ended, not mitigated.
It's so funny. There's nothing funnier to me than like being endlessly butt mad about China just fucking ripping us in our own game. It's like, pick your poison, brother. You made it happen. You know what I mean? It's so funny. It's literally a fascist manifesto. Yes, but also at the same time, it's somehow nerdier than like a lot of these like weird 4chan fascist manifestos where they're like, because they're a think tank, they have to get like, they have to still use like academic language. You know what I mean? So it comes across as like very liberal and very butthurt and very upset and tries to very nerdily dismantle the federal government. And
the border
agencies.
sealed, not reprioritized. Economic engagement with China should be ended, not rethought. Our manufacturing and industrial base should be restored, not allowed to deteriorate further. Confucius Institutes, TikTok, and any other arm of Chinese propaganda and espionage.
Okay, this is Ron DeSantis. Okay, Ron DeSantis is getting his notes from this. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I do legitimately think that conservatives who are normally very good at like finding new things to get mad at maybe are suffering from their own success a little bit. This is Ron DeSantis. This is so informative. Oh my God. Now I know where the fuck Ron DeSantis is getting his shit from. Because I was wondering, Felix tweeted about this the other day too. Like, remember when we looked at Ron DeSantis, like standing in front of a podium that read CCP, where he was talking about how he's like eviscerating Confucius Institutes in America? Yeah.
should be outlawed, not merely monitored. Another area of grave concern for Project 2025 is the proliferation of LGBTQ ideas and transgenderism, suggesting draconian measures that many critics are saying would effectively criminalize LGBTQ expression. As the foreword to the manifesto says, the next conservative president must make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, gender, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant, regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. It goes on to say, pornography manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children has no claim to First Amendment protection. Its purveyors are child.
They write stuff like, is not a political Gordian knot inextricably binding up disparate claims about free speech, property rights, sexual liberation, and child welfare. That's, yeah, shut the fuck up. Oh my God.
Child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be in prison.
Zoomers shouldn't read this. They're going to be like, oh, I agree. On God, for real, W.
Educators and public librarians who purvey it should be classed as registered sex offenders, and telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread should be shuttered. As far as I can tell, to them, pornography.
Okay, first of all, yeah, if you show pornography to your classroom, yeah, you probably will be labeled as a registered sex offender. What the fuck? I think they just mean like if you do sex ed when it's if you do sex ed that's not abstinence only sex ed, then you're going to jail. I think that's what they mean. They're labeling any trans person. Yeah, that too. So here's the thing. Is 2025 a step towards central planning? Yes. But the unfortunate problem here is that it's pushed by conservatives. So it's not like centralized planning of the economy for the entire nation to prosper. It's like centralized planning of the entire economy so that like the minor benefits that you get from the civil libertarianism that exists in the United States of America, that can only exist in the United States of America due to America being the hegemonic superpower, we want to take those away too. Like no more treats, okay? You can't have like a little bit of sexual liberty as a treat. You can't like be trans in public as a treat, for all of the death and destruction that we deal worldwide. So that's it. Like whatever like crumb of social autonomy that you enjoyed that allowed you to even for a brief moment forget that this is a shithole, okay? We're taking all that away from you. And there's really no reason for it either. Like I think a lot of these people forget that, those things are what keep people dull. Those are the things that make people feel like they have freedom. I myself included, for the record. I often joke about how pornography being banned in Turkey is somewhat a part of my advocacy for First Amendment rights and free speech, or why I wouldn't live in China because pornography is banned in China. Like it's mostly a joke, but it does have broader implications, right? It's not just pornography being banned at that point. God, he's so whack.
Pornography includes any discussion of being transgender or really discussion of sexual and gender identity, period, based on their reference to educators and public librarians who've been under attack for allowing children to check out such psychologically destructive books.
It's funny because like hip firing the 50 cal is actually easier. That's why he's hip firing it. It's not like he hit a target, so he doesn't give a shit about hitting a target. He hip fired it because he's too scared that it's going to fucking pop his shoulder out of its socket if he fires it from the ground.
books as And Tango Makes Three, a book about gay penguins, and Sparkle Boy, a book about a little kid who wears
The real actually fucking hardcore thing to do would not be to hip fire it, but like to actually aim down the sights and shoulder fire it while standing, which, let's be real, he ain't doing anytime soon, because that would probably fuck him up. Despite the fact that everyone would say, oh, you don't understand, it actually has really good recoil protection. It's like the technology on a Beretta 50 cal is perfect.
There's a tutu. But the rape and murder in the Bible is fine and definitely requires zero therapy later in life. A later chapter in the manifesto on the Department of Health and Human Services advocates that the president should direct agencies to rescind regulations interpreting sex discrimination provisions as prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, transgender status, sex characteristics, etc. This would strip protections for LGBTQ folks, as well as women, it seems, given that gender identity is listed, effectively making current regulations around sex discrimination fully obsolete. The chapter further states that the next president should require agencies to maintain a biblically based social science reinforced definition of marriage and family, meaning the next president should push to remove protections for same-sex marriage. And that's not the
Like, this kind of shit you would never be able to get because there's no popular support for it, so they have to do it by authoritarian mandate. And it's just so odd because, like, it's not hurting anybody. You know what I mean? There is no real material benefit to doing this. Like, there's no capitalism reason for it. At that point, you're just like being a bully for the sake of being a bully. Very odd.
The only reference to the Bible or the sanctity of the family in the policy document. Its 920 pages are littered with references to the Bible and Christianity and the traditional family unit. The foreword declares the most important community in each of our lives and the life of the nation is the family. Today, the American family is in crisis. 40% of all children are born to unmarried mothers, including more than 70% of black children. There is no government program that can replace the hole in a child's soul cut out by the absence of a father, which
I legitimately feel like they wrote this so that liberals would go out and vote, and even like leftists would go out and vote in fear that like Republicans will come and do the things that are like comically villainous.
First of all, that's some old school Republican language. The loud welfare queen wolf whistle of Reagan rings on into the night, I see. But also, frankly, as someone without a dad, I can confirm that actually the health insurance I had through the state as a poor, recently graduated 22-year-old paid for the therapy that I needed to fill that hole. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. But that's not the point. The point is to demonize single mothers, especially.
Yeah, but you're a libtard, so that's bad. You know what I mean? Fucking got him. That's what happens when the state gives you funds to get therapy.
Especially black ones, and place the blame of all of society's woes on the backs of individuals who just need to work harder to maintain their traditional family units, and not on the system that leads to impoverished single mothers in the first place, like, I don't know, the mass incarceration of black fathers, for example. One of the main stated goals of the policy is securing our God-given individual rights to live freely against the woke agenda. The opening note of the manifesto states, today the left is threatening the tax-exempt status of churches and charities that reject woke progressivism. They will soon turn to Christian schools and clubs with the same totalitarian intent. In the chapter on COVID-19 policies, the author asks, how much risk mitigation is worth the price of shutting down churches on the holiest day of the Christian calendar and far beyond as happened in 2020? What is the proper balance of lives saved versus souls saved? And the fact that these people think that the federal government should be concerned with saving souls tells you enough about the belief system of the people who want to overrun our government. The chapter on the U.S. Department of Labor states, God ordained the Sabbath as a day of rest, and until very recently, the Judeo-Christian tradition sought to honor that mandate by moral and legal regulation of work on that day, and blames consumerism and secularism for the decline in Sabbath observance, calling on Congress to encourage communal rest by amending the Fair Labor Standards Act to require that workers be paid time and a half for hours worked on the Sabbath, which sounds kind of nice except for the whole Christian nationalism thing. The chapter on the U.S. Department of State says that special attention must be paid to challenges of religious freedom, especially the status of Middle Eastern Christians and other religious minorities, as well as the human trafficking endemic to the region. But of course, we know which religious freedom they're concerned with.
Who wrote this, man? It's like so nutty. It's so weird and specific, and I'm not entirely certain how you could sell this to the broader majority, but I guess you kind of don't have to. I mean, they're doing this for two reasons. One, because they do want to disseminate this in the form of propaganda through like Fox News and everyone else, but also I guess like they want the foot soldiers to know like this is our next step. It just, did the 4chan and Reddit groypers all get jobs in think tanks? I think they did. I'm not even kidding. I think like a lot of those guys that spent, the early 2000s and, the early 2010s when they were like 20 to 25 years old, they finally got to the age group where they can like get these think tank jobs. And that's why that's how they're operating. This guy's still chirping. Protecting kids is not bullying. Oh, now it's about her. What's wrong with traditional family? Observant you are. People on TikTok and Reddit claim the plan calls for camps too, with open-ended definitions of who goes to them. I just don't understand, like, what more these fucking freaks want. You know what I mean? They're like, we have to ban trans porn because I can't stop jerking off to it. Like, that's basically half of the fucking article. You know what I mean? Like, they've dedicated entire pages to like how hard they nut to trans porn and why it must be banned. Like, what are you doing? The fuck? You're so weird, bro. Keep that shit to yourself. You know what I mean?
Here. In all of this, Project 2025 essentially creates a blueprint for the proliferation of a Christian nationalist agenda at every level of government. You guys, that's just one pillar of Project 2025. This 920-page manifesto is pillar number 1, but it is the most extensive because it lays out the foundation for everything to come and how the next president should go about pushing every conservative talking point imaginable, all with the backdrop of eviscerating federal agencies and concentrating as much power as possible in the hands of the president. Pillar number 2 is the creation of a personnel database, what they're calling the conservative LinkedIn, which sounds like hell on earth, from which to pull qualified conservatives to place at every level of government. They have an application to be part of the personnel database linked on their website. So I thought, hell, maybe I'll apply. Y'all are always telling me that I should get involved in government. They even had boxes I could check saying that I'm liberal and progressive, so it seems like maybe I'm welcome too. I just answered a few questions, and they were all interestingly worded as though they were trying to woke bait me, like, the gender wage gap is the result of prejudice and discrimination, agree or disagree? Or, the US needs nationalized healthcare, agree or disagree? I answered honestly, attached my resume, and submitted. A few minutes later, I received a confirmation email that my application had been received. We'll see what happens next. Seems like a good way to keep abreast of developments. Seems like definitely something that could easily, be overrun with liberal and progressive applications. It would really be too bad if, like, every person who watched this video submitted an application to be added to the database. Seems like it would make their job a lot harder to find the good conservative.
Damn, if only we had like a coder in the community who could fast track and streamline that process so they could like flood fake applications into it. I mean, surely that'd be terrifying. That'd be terrible. And I hate that. And I don't want that. Shonda Black. I would never want that to happen. You know what I mean?
Candidates in all those applications. I mean, that's just like something I was thinking about. I'm just spitballing here, okay? I left the link to the application in the description just so that you can do your own independent research and form your own opinions. The third pillar of Project 2025 is training. According to the Project 2025...
It's not actually. I feel like it's not illegal. I think it's like frowned upon, but I don't know if it's illegal. I don't think so. If that was the case, then Sean would be in prison. He has done this so many times, like nonstop, is what I would say if he had done it. But of course he has not, because I would never harbor criminals in my community.
Website, the Presidential Administration Academy covers topics ranging from how to identify appointee positions for which you qualify to navigating the necessary background and security.
Yeah, we unintentionally and not deliberately DDoS the fucking applying site by just simply watching this video, but
security clearance processes to recognizing and addressing the dangers of the administrative state. Potential appointees will learn the intricacies of the federal budget process, how to work with the media, managing congressional and stakeholder relations, the federal procurement process, and dozens of other topics that provide the knowledge and skills you'll need to be an effective presidential appointee. Current certificate programs offered are called Prepared to Serve, Conservative Governance 101, and Conservative Governance Advancing Policy, with more on the way. It appears that the application to take those courses is the same one to be added to the personnel database. So if you, for some reason, decided to, I don't know, submit an application and overwhelm their personnel database, maybe you would also be given access to these courses. I'm not sure. Definitely do your own research. The final pillar, pillar number 4, is the 180-day playbook. This appears to be yet to be written, but according to the website, the playbook would include a comprehensive, concrete transition plan for every single federal agency to implement in the first 180 days. This mirrors the plan that the Heritage Foundation gave to Reagan when he entered office, allowing him to hand off vetted conservative policy initiatives to each agency without having to do much work on his own. The Heritage Foundation, which is the creator of Project 2025, is seeking to redo what they did with Reagan, but put it on steroids. That 920-page manifesto is a good indication of the types of recommendations that they'll give to each agency. Okay, so I hope that I have sufficiently communicated the gravity of this plan. If a Republican wins the presidency in 2024, they will be handed this plan. They, of course, aren't required to do anything with it, in theory, but given that Trump and DeSantis, the two frontrunners for the nomination, are both batshit fucking off their damn rockers, it seems likely that whoever wins the nomination would wholeheartedly back most, if not all, of the policy items put forward.
Yeah, I mean, this is already like the strategy. You know what I mean?
By Project 2025. Lord knows Trump isn't going to read any of this, so he'll likely just hand it off as is to be implemented by people who can read good and stuff. So what do? We make extra damn fucking sure that the Republican doesn't win the election in 2024. This is an all hands on deck situation, my friends. Do I want Biden? No, but he is once again the best choice that we have. You also need to vote in Democratic senators and representatives as well. You need to bring your roommates and your partners and your family members and make sure that they vote. You need to call them ahead of time and be like, hi, what's your plan for voting? You need to be thinking about this early and often. You need to be just a little bit scared. Not to be fear-mongery, but this is genuinely a terrifying prospect for our government that feels really, really imminent. Of course, any of these unilateral actions that a Republican president could theoretically take could then also be challenged in courts, but he's packed the courts, including the Supreme Court, and the result of attempting to implement all of these new policies in the first 180 days would be sheer chaos. John F. Kelly, Trump's literal chief of staff, has said it would be chaotic. It just simply would be chaotic because he'd continually be trying to exceed his authority, but the sycophants would go along with it. It would be a non-stop gunfight with the Congress and the courts. Even if the theoretical Republican president couldn't get through all of these policy proposals, it would still create a level of
dumbass anti-electoralism Andes in the chat will hate this. Do we even have any fucking anti-electoralism Andes at this point in the chat? I think everyone is just done. They're fatigued. Like, even the anti-electoralist guys are like, I don't really care, whatever. People don't even care enough to make to have a position on, like, urging people to not vote. You know what I mean? Because the number one anti-electoralist body is the Democratic Party, okay? There is nothing better than putting up a 800-year-old man as like the singular force that can defend American democracy and defeat Donald Trump, knowing full well that by his second term, with, by the way, no acceptable substitute, Kamala Harris is not that person, and knowing full well that like he is not going to make it past the finish line, right? They did that shit and they made their bed and now they're going to fucking lay in that bed. So
chaos that could further undermine trust in the government as a whole. The good news, if you could call it that, is that Project 2025 is radical. It does not comport with how the majority of Americans feel. 71% of Americans support same-sex marriage. 85% of Americans believe abortion should be legal under at least certain circumstances, and only 13% say it should be illegal under all circumstances. 69% of Americans believe that the U.S. should take steps to become carbon neutral by 2050. The number of adults in the U.S. who identify as Christian has fallen by 25% since the 1990s. For most people, Democrats, centrists, and even some Republicans, Project 2025 goes way too far. And
yeah, but it doesn't matter because this is not about democracy at all. A lot of Republican initiatives are not about democracy. It's directly about eroding the democratic process while also trying to make it seem like it's the most democratic thing you can do. That's precisely how they operate, right? Like, ain't nobody's asking for like fucking making it illegal to be like a trans 14-year-old who attends a swim meet. Like, who the fuck is like, this is my one issue, dog. You gotta do this. Okay? It's so dumb.
And represents an upheaval and existential threat that is beyond what most people want to see in the US government. So my hope is that the more people who know the actual contents of the Project 2025 plan, the more people will get out and vote to make sure the hellscape it presents never comes to fruition. Sharing this
yeah, it doesn't matter. It's in many respects, like, unless the Democratic Party does a better job of getting people motivated to vote and stuff. Oh, Brant, by the way,
And we are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report with special guests. On Piker is in the studio, ladies and gentlemen. And we're just,
we're in close
it's been a while
quarters.
since we've had, it's been a while since we had, I think, honestly, the last in-studio guest we had was Matt Duss.
And he's also massive.
He's also, so we're used to this.
this is a cool setup. This is cool.
Describe the office for the audience, please. What's your impression immediately?
Very professional. That's what I thought. I thought, like, am I in the MSNBC studios? Like, what's happening here?
I mean, it's vast, right? That's the Soros wing that obviously has the hot tub.
It's clear that the Qatar funding has kicked in.
It is kicked in. And wait till Annabelle, our intern, takes you down to the commissary.
Wow.
On the second floor. And you will enjoy. We have a blueberry crumble that's going on right now because it's blueberry season.
Oh, wow.
Sam, you may want to fix your camera. Just a heads up.
Oh, there we go. All right. I got it. It's all right.
I love that you guys
be a little
have
bit messy. It's going to be a little bit messy.
You have the electric.
Appreciate you coming in today, particularly this morning, because last night
the control.
I got the text from you at, let's see.
Oh yeah, it was late.
It was 3:11.
Yeah, I was hanging out with my buddies.
You're gonna be. I didn't know if you were gonna actually make it in.
No. I mean, that's not a problem for me. I woke up at 10, very reasonable, which is like 7 a.m. for my time anyway. So I'm still basically on LA time. I mean, I did just come in yesterday. But I was hanging out with a bunch of friends of mine. Shouts out to Noah Colwin, Blowback Podcast.
The man.
Millennial John Stewart, Adam Friedland, Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House, and
Is
numerous other
Felix
people.
still in town?
He lives here now.
Oh,
he came back. He came back to live.
They
here.
used to. Their office used to be in this building.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes, back in the day.
This is a legendary building.
It was. They were here briefly, just before COVID, I think.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I did not. I thought this was going to be like a walk up situation because like I've been to podcasts and stuff in the past and like near the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in downtown Brooklyn.
Oh, right.
And
I know what you're talking about.
And usually they're like almost like in a warehouse style area, and there's like a 1-story walk up style situation. This was like a lot more. It was confusing when I first walked in. I was like, "Am I at the right place?"
Yes, I mean part of that is OPSEC, but also we were here. We've been here now for 11 years. And so things were a little bit different in this neighborhood at that time.
Yeah.
There was half the building that's going on. But
yeah, they're gonna clean up once Zoran Mandani becomes mayor. They're gonna clean up the Gowanus Canal like they did in France.
People are gonna be swimming.
That's what
in
I'm
it.
saying.
Yeah.
Did you see that? That made me so jealous. And I just got back from Europe, where I know you've been in Europe recently. It's a little bit of a depressing feeling to come back into the United States.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, great. Care if I get sick, I'm totally screwed, for example, and. Yeah, that kind of thing.
At least, well, you just can't take a L. You just can't get sick. That's just how it is.
You're right,
Yeah.
and that's why I have all of the colloidal silver that I've been drinking.
That's good. And the methylene blue. That's what I've been on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I can tell on your skin tone.
Yeah, I'm getting a blue hue. But what was I gonna say? This is, I mean, this is crazy to see, like the inside of the operation, because I watch you guys all the time.
It's I can't imagine. I mean, it's a little bit messier. There was a time where it was a little bit more, a little bit less frenetic, slightly.
Like 2012.
2014. I think, or right when we had actually set this up, right before COVID. I was ready to take the next step, but we were going to be able to. That was all going to be background there. You can see I already put that thing together.
Yeah.
And,
you're still going with the panel. That's not changing.
The panel's
no matter
not changing. I listen. I had to spend a lot of time sticking tape on the back of these IKEA things, and so.
But it's very lucky that Hassan is here on the day that the toilet's working, because that's not always the case.
Sometimes we have water get shut off quite a bit in this building. All right, so
not as glamorous as it appears.
Last time, the near miss, we were going to come in for the Mamdani victory party.
Yeah.
And you were confident about that.
I was not confident about it. I will admit that I was. I didn't think that the margin of success would be so vast in the first round.
Right.
Like in the
Me neither.
I didn't even think that it was like a definite given 100% victory. Like I knew that the campaign was vast, tremendous amount of groundwork, policies are good, but I've seen it fail too many times due to, media intervention, due to people just not having confidence, not having enough name recognition for a progressive candidate, that I still was like, I'm not going to allow myself to feel incredibly sad, just as I did after Super Tuesday.
Right.
When,
Right.
We have to protect ourselves, but
Yeah.
I didn't think that it was. I think everybody thought that the path to victory was going to be through multiple rounds, and the fact that I woke up, but it happened at night, on election night, that it was basically decisive.
Yeah.
It just speaks to the ground operation that he built out, which 50,000 volunteers and the matching campaign finance system here in New York, which I feel like LA could really benefit from. That maybe is something that.
And ranked choice voting too.
Yes.
It's too much democracy, though. We don't like that.
And then the AOC endorsement was perfectly timed.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah.
The ranked choice voting, it seems to me, can cut both ways. But when people figured out, and I think this is sort of the underreported story about how AOC's people were like, we're not endorsing until you guys figure out how to make sure you don't split the vote. And, a lot's been talked about how Brad Lander basically sucked it up. And I think it was hard for him to do. But I think he's been paid dividends, huge dividends. The amount of goodwill towards him right now, he could basically do what he wants politically.
If AOC runs for president and doesn't run for Chuck Schumer's Senate seat, Brad Lander could be the person that takes Chuck Schumer's Senate seat.
It's not inconceivable, and and I think that gives a proof of concept for other places to do this. I mean, the ranked choice voting bit us in the ass, I think, back in 2021, whenever it was the Adams race.
Yeah.
And now we see the difference. But here is Mamdani. I want to play this clip. This is they tried to shoot one of his classic sort of on the street videos.
Oh yeah.
To promote. We don't know what the ad was going to be, but they ended up basically putting together a compilation of their attempts, and it is really incredible the feeling of enthusiasm that is in New York. Like on that day after the election, when I walked to work, I got stopped by 3 people who were just excited to talk about Mandani.
All right, that's Northern Tourist walks in Midtown. Okay, you want a photo, brother? Yeah. Yeah, let's take this. Yes, that's me, yes. Yeah, we can take one.
I voted somebody that won.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're on our way. Thank you. No worries. Thank you. How's it going, guys? Thank you. Oh, you gotta catch up to me over here. How you doing, brother? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Hi. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Ready? Okay. I think she's coming. Thank you.
I voted for you. Yo voté por ti. Yo voté por ti. My daughter dice, voted for ti.
Thank you.
Give me one picture for my daughter. My daughter.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
He can't even take a picture without having to take another picture.
Let's go.
And he helps her
See,
out.
I'll do it for you.
Okay.
I got you.
Camera.
It is so sweet. Shout out to Donald, who I'd worked with before, who is the director for Zoran's video team. And I just feel like it's good. You're seeing already Democrats copy this style across the country. Even in this race, they were copying the style on social media. But
it's impressive.
Yeah.
He's the level of fun associated with the campaign contrasts so distinctly from the other candidates in the race.
Cuomo was like, yeah, it was built on darkness and like the anti-Semitism stuff. It was
defending the nation state of Israel, the most moral country on the planet. Who, I don't know why people don't talk about this enough. Andrew Cuomo is a part of the ICC legal team for Benjamin Netanyahu, which I always thought was so fascinating, so strange that like the media didn't even hyper focus on that one bit.
They barely mentioned it.
Yeah, that is like way more of a prominent fixture of what Andrew Cuomo is than the associations that the media was trying to desperately make with Zoran and his campaign about Israel. Like he never made Israel the centerpiece of his campaign. He was just hyper focusing on the policies the entire time. He asked people what they needed, what their necessities were, how to improve their lives, and he dialed in on a couple immediate, tangible solutions. And he was able to communicate that earnestly. And then people just kept repeating, like, "Well, you don't really love Israel enough." But it wasn't him who made it a centerpiece of his campaign. And I think that played a big role in this as well.
I mean, there's these assumptions about Jewish voters that I think a lot of people in the national press. I said this point on Chris Hayes the other night about the Netanyahu volunteering his services after Israel had already clearly been committing genocide, and it was for these ICC charges. And like, people are sick of this garbage. Their representatives representing purely and foregrounding foreign policy, as opposed to something like a New York City mayoral race, which is a municipal race. And you're supposed to be talking about how you're going to make people's lives better. And there was, again, this assumption from the national press, because it's such a Jewish city, oh, they're all going to vote in one way, and this is my path forward. And I don't think enough is being said about the anti-Semitism that undergirds that assumption.
It's been, listen, every year you hear the Republicans, just even general election, presidential election, you'll hear that Jews are going to vote for the Republican because of the question of Israel, and it never happens. And it is yet to happen. I don't remember anything involving Israel in the last mayoral election in this city. And yeah, it's not just, it's the media, and it's also, look, there are people who drive that conversation, and that's what Cuomo and, you know, Chuck Schumer was out there again. Chuck Schumer's out there throughout, like, the vote on the budget, the stuff. He's like, I went back to look at what his strategy was to deal with Donald Trump in February, and every interview he does, half of it is to promote his book on anti-Semitism and his tour. And I'm like, dude, do one thing. Stop the fascism. And then you can worry about, like, your book tour.
What a spectacular failure that his job was to, like, his self-identified job was to make the left pro-Israel.
100%.
And it's like now an 80-20 issue for the Democratic Party. So he just failed on that front as well.
It is stunning. This is the implication of Mandani winning and them turning this into some type of referendum on Israel when it wasn't. And it's not, and I still don't think it is. But by their logic, if he wins, it is going to set the parameters for Democrats across the country. It's not going to happen on the leadership level. It's, you know, where their AIPAC is playing in big dollars. But at one point, I mean, there was $30 million, $35 million dumped into this race. This is the beginning of the end of that dynamic in the Democratic Party. It may take 5 years, it may take 10 years, but it's happening. Here is, this is Donald Trump with meeting with Bibi Netanyahu as they have a fascist off and decide how they're going to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Are they going to call it the Gaza Riviera? Are they going to allow any Palestinians to live in Gaza so that they can work at the Trump hotels? Whatever it is. Here is this number 4? Which clip is this?
I got him talking about Mandani.
Yeah, let's start with that.
Okay.
Zoran Mandani, Democratic Socialist, the local critic of Israel and of yourself, and has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously, or are you concerned about that? Do you have a response to that?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess it never ends. I mean, you have this is folly, and it's it's silly in many ways because it's just not serious. But what is serious is the question I was asked before. You know, after October 7th, people said the Palestinians had a state, Hamas state in Gaza, and look what they did with it. They didn't build it up; they built down into bunkers, into terror tunnels. After which they massacred our people, raped our women, beheaded our men, invaded our cities and our towns and our kibbutzim, and did horrendous massacres, the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust. So people aren't likely to say, let's just give them another state. It'll be a platform to destroying Israel. We'll work out a peace.
You talking about Zoran here?
Neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us. And we'll work out a peace in which our security, the sovereign power of security, always remains in our hands. Now, people will say it's not a complete state, it's not a state, it's not that. We don't care. You know, we vowed never again. Never again is now. It's not going to happen again.
So we'll see you in New York next year?
Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with President Trump, and we'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that. Do we know that?
He's going to be very fine, and who knows? We don't know who the mayor's going to be yet. But this is a communist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist, and he said some really bad things about Jewish people, and he said some really bad things about a lot of people. And I think he's going through a little bit of a honeymoon right now, but he might make it. But, you know, it all comes through the White House. He needs the money through the White House. He needs a lot. He's going to behave. He'll behave. He better behave. Otherwise, he's going to have big problems. But it's a philosophy that this country is not ready for, and it never will be. By the way, we have a man with a...
a good follow-up question. What did he say about Jews?
Although that was less offensive than what Kirsten Gillibrand said, saying that he endorsed global jihads.
Yeah. I love that he's like, no, I'm going to underfund America's finance capital, the world's finance capital, because Zoran Mandani might be mayor at the behest of Israel. You know,
I would
'Cause he's
hope
being
that
mean to you,
Mamdani would then
Bibi.
shut off water to Trump Tower. That's what I would like to see happen. It is just incredibly twisted. But of course, you know, the question is brought up because that was made such a focal point of the mayor's campaign. I don't see how they. I mean, obviously, they're going to complain about the city not being handing over immigrants. Why wouldn't you follow what the International Criminal Court says at that point?
Yeah, we want to get out these violent, dangerous immigrant criminals. I mean, who's a bigger violent, dangerous immigrant criminal than Benjamin Netanyahu? That's the real criminal.
Also, the level of explicitness now, sitting across from the president, it has been the policy of the United States, supposedly, of a two-state solution. I think that is, you know, a little absurd. We have a single state now in Israel. It's an apartheid state with varying degrees of apartheid. Some actually, you know, maybe even worse than apartheid, constant slaughter, more akin to the Warsaw Ghetto at this point. But that there is no news associated with Netanyahu saying, like, that's off the table.
Yeah.
That was, you know, supposedly a U.S. standing policy, and it's gone. It's not even, people don't even pretend anymore.
It shows the hollowness of liberal Zionism and how in practice for our government, the two-state solution thing was a biding time tactic, or at the very least a détente. And then for the actual reality for the state project of Israel, it's always been one state, but with like a lot less Palestinians, and we do that in a few different ways. It's also just like, I mean, because we're on the topic of it, I find it really upsetting to see how within the Democratic Party and within the context of this race, they're really trying to use right-wing, almost great replacement theory level politics about this city by conflating Zoran's Muslim identity with anti-Semitism, or people's fear of him that is imbued with racism, and their reaction to that and experiencing that as anti-Semitism, and calling it anti-Semitism when it's really their own bigotry, and trying to leverage that into a like heavily racialized attack on him. And I would include Cuomo's mispronunciation of his name, which is exactly, by the way, what the right did with Kamala Harris the entire election last time. It's a dog whistle. And they're doing this within the Democratic primary, and there's little to no leadership from national Democrats on this front calling out this like incredible racism. I mean, his life, his safety is in danger because of the abdication of Democratic leaders. I think.
For sure.
Yeah.
I also do find it odd that the Democratic Party for the past year, or at least like in the aftermath of the election, have run numerous studies at this point, spending tens of millions of dollars trying to figure out how to reach out to young men and how to mobilize the masses as they once were able to do. And then now you do actually have a
Joe Rogan of the left is Zoran Mandani.
Yeah, you literally have an African socialist Muslim man this time around, like the real Obama.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, none of the liberals that would back him are out there defending him at all.
This is a moment where I think that may turn. Here is this is clip number 8. This is a video podcaster, Jennifer Welch. I mean, we saw her.
She's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, she's been on the show.
Yeah, she's been on my podcast before. I've had it, ladies.
She's pretty like normie coded. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they are from Oklahoma, and they definitely are definitely a lot more progressive than the average Democrat. But I know for a fact that the Democratic Party like really wanted to use them as like this this non-hostile space. I mean, they've interviewed Barack Obama. They've interviewed Hakeem Jeffries in the past.
And what's his face? Oh my God! The chief of staff for Obama. Rahm
Emanuel. Yeah. Oh yeah,
and Rahm Emanuel got eviscerated on there. And here she is on Hakeem Jeffries, that same issue.
I think our nominee is going to have to convince folks that he is prepared to aggressively address the rise in anti-Semitism in the city of New York, which has been an unacceptable development.
Okay. First of all, he has addressed the rise of anti-Semitism, and it's not performative. It's very, very real. And he understands that it's real, and he has the endorsement of other Jewish politicians that aren't propagandized by a corrupt Israeli government, Hakeem. But secondly, this was your moment, Hakeem, to also stand up against Islamophobia, because here's the thing about human rights, you guys. You don't get to cherry pick. If you're against anti-Semitism, then you have to be against Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and down the line. Also class warfare, this bigotry towards poor people is just abhorrent, which disproportionately hurts people with the color of Hakeem Jeffries' skin. And so this kind of cherry picking because of who donates to Hakeem Jeffries, AIPAC donates to Hakeem Jeffries. How on earth right now is the government of Israel helping calm and quell anti-Semitism? How are they doing it? They're not. They lie and they propagandize and they say, we get to do all this stuff with impunity. And then if you criticize us or you do anything wrong towards us or you speak out against us, then we're going to call you an anti-Semite. The people who preach against anti-Semitism should be joining Zoran Mandani and standing up against the Islamophobic attacks on him. He has not said anything disparaging about Jewish people. He stands with them in solidarity. And this type of crap is so disgusting to me. And it is a cancer within the Democratic Party. And I'm just going to tell you guys something. We lost these last two elections to an idiot because of these centrist policies, and you're being beholden to special interests. And by God, it's not going to happen again. You can either be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. But if you want to try to box us in when we can clearly see with our eyes and clearly hear with our ears exactly what's happening with Israel and Gaza and try to propagandize another way, we're not dumb like MAGA. We're not fucking stupid. Your base is smarter, and y'all are going to have to adapt or get the fuck out.
So Chuck Schumer doing a great job keeping the Democrats pro-Israel, huh?
The thing that is impressive is, I mean, that last part where she was saying, like who is Hakeem Jeffries actually delivering this stuff to?
Yep.
Like, every New Yorker has seen Brad Lander walking around. He's the highest elected Jewish official in New York City. Every New Yorker knows this. Anybody who's paid any attention to this election in the days before, whether it was on, Colbert's show or what, like, who is Hakeem Jeffries talking to? It's almost like they don't realize they are in a small, like, black box theater. That's the size of their audience now as to who they're even communicating to. It is fascinating. They like, we need to reach across the, sort of the divide, and they keep talking to a smaller and smaller group of people.
Yeah. One thing I always get really frustrated by, because I think people on the left also have a tendency to do this, where they're like, oh, well, like, he has to address Israel because there's a lot of Jews in New York and they all care about Israel. And I feel like it's just like the dual loyalty trope, but like on a woke, I guess, on the woke side, it's like the woke dual loyalty trope. And my question always is, like, New York City is the largest Jewish city on the planet. Sometimes Tel Aviv, I think, has a higher number of Jewish people living in it. But I think New York City is either the number one or number two largest Jewish city on the planet. It predates the invention of the state of Israel. Like, Jewish people here have stronger roots to the United States of America and New York City in particular, and Los Angeles as well, than they do to Israel as a nation state. Israel is an ethno-state. Zionism is an ethno-state project. They incentivize American Jews and Jews all around the world to go and live in Israel. So my question always is to these people that say, like, oh, Jews really care about Israel, that's all they care about. It's like, But these are American Jews. These are New Yorkers. If they cared about Israel that much, they would live in Israel.
Yep.
Like they would just go and live there. There are tremendous incentives to go and live there. You actually get health care if you live in Israel, as a matter of fact. It is a comprehensive health care coverage that they can afford because they don't have to actually spend a dime on their defense because we got that covered.
You get Palestinian land.
Yeah, you get free housing if you want, government subsidized housing in the West Bank if you want, like, and yet so many Jewish people choose to live here and be American citizens and not be Israeli citizens in spite of all that. That, to me, is a clear indication that American Jews, just like American Muslims, just like American Christians, have American problems. And that's what they care about. They don't care about Israel to the degree in which people talk about it in the media.
Well, it's certainly, I mean, look, I think there is, based on my own experience, there is a learned attachment to Israel in relationship with Israel, as opposed to, say, like, I don't have the same relationship with Uganda. I mean, maybe if the Zionist project had landed in Uganda, which at one point was banded around, but I don't. But that is different from saying this is the premier issue that they vote upon or they act upon or they move through life with. It is also different from saying that Israel, that this relationship isn't complicated. And I think it's different for people who have like direct relatives there, obviously in the same way that, like, you know, I grew up in Worcester. There was a lot of people, like, you know, when you talk about the IRA or stuff like that, people are just like, oh, F the British, you know, like, and I'm in Worcester.
They
what
traffic guns. They directly traffic guns to the IRA.
Exactly. And
fundraise for the IRA in every bar. There was a Republican congressperson.
100%. And so this is, you know, there are different dynamics at different eras. But the fact of the matter is that New York Jews didn't even for a moment, as a whole, you know, we're just talking in generalities in terms of the vast majority, this was not an issue for them at all. That's my point about the increasingly, when Hakeem Jeffries gets out there and says that, when Gillibrand says this, they are talking to literally a room full. It's the same people, frankly, who Carvel was talking about. I don't know if you caught that clip of Carvel.
James Carvel.
Yeah, Carvel.
Carvel.
He says Carvel every time.
It's like an ice cream brand.
I have to pick and choose what I correct.
Exactly. He was on with, and I can't remember the guy. He was an old Al Hunt. And he said, I go to these, you know, big Jewish donors of the Democratic Party. They tell me they don't want to, you know, give money because of Israel or whatever it is. It's really just the tax cuts. And it is, for a lot of these people, it is a proxy that allows them to avoid talking about what the real issue is, class issues. And they bring this up because it was a third rail, you know, type of deployment. And it is no longer resonating. It no longer resonates because of what people can see with their eyes in terms of the way that Israel has been, you know, engaged in this slaughter, genocide, ethnic cleansing. I think all three probably are appropriate, but pick them. Pick whatever one you feel comfortable with saying. And I think people are just like, I'm not going to, you know, make my determination who's going to be mayor of New York City, or frankly, even the president of the United States at the end of the day.
I just don't think it's a detriment in the way that these guys suggested it was for the longest time, and they even did in the lead up to the election. And that was, I guess, the reason why Kamala Harris could not actually chart a different trajectory for herself and, like, cut her off from the anchor that was the Joe Biden administration, even on this issue that was, again, you know, 75-25% at that point.
Well, that's what's amazing is that CNN clip from the other day, they played over the course of 8 years.
Yeah.
The people on our campaign must have known that data.
Yeah.
And yet,
I mean, we covered it.
This is absolute malfeasance by that campaign, and it wasn't raised in that way. They took it. They talked about it in the context of Mamdani, but those numbers were not dramatically different 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, or 10 months ago.
Right.
And yet the campaign just said, we're not even going to allow this Palestinian lawmaker to speak at the convention when it was completely benign, everything she had to say.
Yeah, and it would have had reverberations beyond, I think, Israel-Palestine, because it would have shown everyone in America, there would be so much like secondary coverage on, wow, Kamala Harris is actually separating herself from Joe Biden on this issue, which would have been a great marketing opportunity. I literally advocated even for like from a bloodless, cold, cynical, calculated stance. If you don't care about the humanity of like charred children that we're facilitating the genocide of, the least you could do is like advocate on this because I don't want Donald Trump to win. And this way you can like, separate yourself from Joe Biden, who was, deeply unpopular. Everyone saw him as old, feeble, and monstrous, and simultaneously really win favors with a lot of people. Because I think that the issue of Israel and your opinion on Israel, I think, is a way for politicians to communicate earnesty, because there's such a division between what the public feels about this versus what the media talks about, or how the media talks about this issue and how politicians talk about this issue. You can really cut away at that. And my fear always is that there are cynical actors, both on the media side like Tucker Carlson, or cynical actors on the political side like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that see that know how to read the room better than everybody else, and will utilize that to win favors with a broader audience.
And just to expand on that, it also indicates I am not a part of the establishment.
Yeah.
Democratic responsiveness.
It shows the responsiveness, it shows the inclusion, it shows breaking with Biden, but it is a proxy. The reason why, Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene find efficacy in it is it shows that they're anti-establishment on some level, because again, they are only speaking to the establishment. Like Hakeem Jeffries is sitting on whatever Meet the Press saying Mamdani needs to deal with anti-Semitism. No one thinks that.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene may not be actually speaking to the Zionist donors that Carville was talking about there, because she is actually an anti-Semite. So she's not in the rooms that 95% of Republicans are in, and like 70% of Democrats are in. So when you ask, like, who is this for? When Hakeem Jeffries is doing this performance, it's for the Zionist donor base. And people can sense that. So when we're talking about it being like a proxy for other things, it is about showing democratic responsiveness. And also why it compounded things for Kamala was the fact that people felt alienated from the Democratic Party's lack of democratic responsiveness. When for basically since 2023, the polling showed that the Democratic voter base felt that Joe Biden was too old to run again, and they decided to ram him through without really any public debate or process on this front, which made people feel alienated from the Democratic Party. That's a huge problem, and it's not just a problem of Joe Biden. It's a problem, as we're seeing structurally with the party, where they can't conceive of a working class politics that shows direct responsiveness to people. The only people that the people they're most directly responsive to are donors, and then if they see polling shift enough for them, then they'll decide to lead. The immigration stuff, Trump, his numbers tanking on that front, we can't thank Democrats for that at all, except for maybe Chris Van Hollen and of course the members of the squad and the left wing members. But that's all what he did on his own. And the Democrats could have been the yin to that yang. They could have shown an alternative vision, and now it's just like, oh, he's unpopular in a vacuum and people feel nihilistic, which is what he thrives on in the end, and this movement thrives on in the end.
It's strange to watch them kind of get reminded that they're supposed to be anti-austerity. Like it almost like every single day since the Trump administration began, they have been actively signaling that they're going to cut all of these federal jobs. They're going to cut these regulatory agencies, and at a time when there's planes falling out of the sky, it's like a perfect opportunity to really drive home this point that these jobs need to exist. You and your billionaire buddies are just like cutting these federal jobs that are like decently paying jobs for a lot of Americans, tens of millions of Americans. And also these are services that they rely on. And there was no communication from the Democratic Party in the first couple of months. And even now you have this horrifying, disastrous bill. It's one of the most unpopular bills that has passed since we began tracking the popularity of bills that are passing. And it's unpopular in spite of the Democratic Party's positioning on this, because they were able to push it through this expedited process, just like they did the last Trump tax cuts in 2017. And the less time is spent on the gridlock aspect of Congress, the less time there is to communicate all of the awful things that are in this bill to make the bill less popular. The alternative to this is, of course, like the ACA that the Republicans were able to stop at every step of the way and simply lie about the things that were in the bill, like death panels, if you remember, which made it deeply unpopular by the time of its passage. And the Democrats didn't do anything until after the fact, and until the last hour when Hakeem Jeffries decided to do the Cory Booker thing.
There was a missed opportunity to vote against that budget. You go back and you look at what Chuck Schumer was saying, like they could shut down Medicaid. Well, I got some very bad news for you for what's happened. They have shut down Medicaid. Yeah. And having to have, forcing them to have shut down Medicaid 4 months ago, for however long they could sustain that, would have inhibited this passage of this bill. They also could not address the increase in ICE because they've been so bad on immigration. They have no immigration policy to fight this, so they couldn't get out there and go like, we're going to turn this place into a fucking police state with $300 billion for ICE. They could not do that because they've been wrapped up. I mean, the leadership, I will say this. When I first got into this in 2004, there was like a sense of, the net roots, the blogosphere. There was a sense that within a certain, quadrant of the Democratic activist base, there was a divide between the leadership and the party. But I really feel like the divide between the leadership and just your average Democratic voter is far more pronounced today than at any time that I've been, conscious of politics. Maybe 1968 was different, but maybe not. But if you look at the way that voting Democrats have perceive, what they want from their leaders. 20 years ago, Democrats, by a 60 to 40 margin, maybe even greater, wanted compromise. And they have learned over the past 2 decades, that's not going to work. Yeah. That's why Build Back Better failed, because Joe Biden decided instead of following up on the American Rescue Act, I'm going to let the Republicans come in, and that killed 4 months. Then I'm going to let Sinema and Portman come in, and that destroyed the bill. I mean, it was over by that point. That's when, the donors caught up with Manchin.
Trump rammed it through. He rushed it.
It's exactly what you need to do.
One of the things I brought up in the immediate aftermath of the election to the Pod Johns was exactly this. I was like, there were so many opportunities for Biden if he actually had the ambition to like whip these votes, right? Because we look at Donald Trump and we see like a silly man, a fascist, but like a goofy, stupid person. But he obviously commands the party. He has completely changed the trajectory of American politics in general. He has completely redesigned it in his own image. And outside of that, he also is capable of getting these votes, getting these people to vote on whatever bill he wants them to. And he will resort to dirtier tricks if necessary. And I think there is this forgotten aspect of the bully pulpit that Democratic leadership never uses to whip votes to get people in line. There is obviously like threatening to remove people from committee positions if they don't play ball on these bills.
But we have seniority for Democrats have seniority for committees, and that's part of the problem because they can't use that threat in the same way. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like we need. I've been screaming about this for years, but I'm happy to report that yes, like you said, there are more and more liberals that you would never expect, like white wine moms in the middle of the country that also want a more combative Democratic Party. Like the next Democratic Party has to be combative and outwardly hostile to the Republicans in the same exact way that the Republicans have been successfully against the Democrats for the past multiple decades.
But how about this? This is a prime example. Where are the Democrats that are immediately tying Project 2025 and the DOJ cuts to the horrible tragedy that we're seeing in Texas? I saw Hakeem Jeffries' statement was like thoughts and prayers. Oh, we don't want to politicize this. Oh, really? In the age of Trump, you don't want to politicize it? He just said on stage, I hate Democrats. They hate me and I hate them. Could you, like, the just complete flaccid nature of this party is just enabling this right now. And it's also for their own ends of wanting power in the midterms, which they do care about, even if they're ineffectual at it. That they're not doing the partisanship that is required for this moment.
No, they just simply don't. They're just not up to the moment. I mean,
they did a better job in 2016.
Yes.
And I would argue that Trump was not as efficient in 2016. I would argue. I would argue that what they were facing was less difficult.
Yes.
Frankly, but no one will take the difference between year one of Trump and year one of Biden. Trump gets that budget bill passed at the beginning of the year. It is the equivalent of the American Rescue Act. And then he gets this done by July. When the American Rescue Act passed, the only thing Republicans were talking about was Dr. Seuss. Was 3 fucking books that were not republished by Dr. Seuss. They should have gone right in. Joe Manchin was talking that Build Back Better at that time should be $9 trillion. He was spending more than Bernie. And then as Biden dilly-dallies on some type of bipartisanship, there was that leaked audio in June of Joe Manchin with the no labels people. And that's when they started to get to him and say, like, no. You guys, this is the other path that you can take. And that's where it all goes south. And here we are, July, 3rd, and Trump's done. And he knows he's done. They understood this dynamic. You take the power when you have it. It's not going to last 6 months. There's no more, 100 days or whatever it is, first year honeymoon. And now I want to play this clip. I mean, this is how emboldened they are. This is the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. And this sort of combines their 2 basic things. One is let's try and get rid of all low-income people by attrition. And then we also can get rid of any immigrants.
But I can't underscore enough, there will be no amnesty. The mass deportations continue, but in a strategic way, and we move the workforce towards automation and 100% American participation, which again, with 34 million people, able-bodied adults on Medicaid, we should be able to do that fairly quickly. Thank you.
Okay, she's talking about what's going to happen to, that there's not going to be, that farm workers are going to get rounded up. And that we have 34 million. I think what she's talking about, I think that 34 million is probably the number of adults on Medicaid.
It's around 40 million adults on Medicaid between 19 and 64, I think.
And I think her argument is they can get into the fields.
Move to they can pawn that Medicaid card.
Now, incidentally, they can move to the rural areas where they can get into the fields. There won't be any hospitals there, incidentally, because we're going to be rolling up 200 of them. I mean, this is...
Also, 2/3 of them already have a job.
Exactly.
So there's also that reality.
And then the other third is like if they're in school, taking care of an elderly family member, and it's like somewhere in the single digits in terms of people who don't have a listed excuse. So all of those people, congratulations, you're headed to become a farmer now.
I mean, the idea that a government official, a cabinet secretary, could say something to that effect. And there's no, the Democrats aren't in a position, and I think it's because they have no immigration policy, that it's been completely eviscerated by their backtracking and this and that, and you know, the bill that Joe Biden was supposed to pass and Donald Trump kept from going in there. I mean, they saw it coming. They chose the absolute wrong policy response. Aside from, I think there is some genuine hostility towards immigrants that was in that Biden administration.
100%. I think he came in with the first 100 days that was the exact opposite, the diametrical opposite legislative agenda of Donald Trump in 2020. And then I think it was around February, because I remember covering this extensively in the beginning. I think it was like February or April when the Customs and Border Patrol was whipping the Haitian migrants at the Texas border with their reins on horseback. And from that point on, the Biden administration just completely dropped the ball on immigration. They completely dropped the ball on it. And there was a amnesty, like a conditional amnesty program associated with the first 100 days, you know, closing the childhood, stopping the childhood separation policy and closing like these immigration detention facilities, which they basically restructured to call, I think, overfill centers or something like that, where like they were doing family overfill centers. So it was basically the same thing, but with like a Democrat liberal patina associated with it. And I remember at the time screaming about this because I said over and over again that this is going to be the issue that the Republicans use, as they have historically. And they know it. The Democrats know it. So if they don't start counter messaging against this right now and don't put out like a comprehensive pro-immigrant agenda, that the media is going to go along with the hostility towards migrants, and the entire discourse will be flooded, dominated by right-wing hysteria, because it is hysteria. It's not real. This is not a real problem. Immigration is a crisis only because we do not go through the expeditious paper filling process. That's it. Because the difference between a documented and an undocumented non-citizen is documentation. And they didn't do any of that. And it was a devastating failure. And by the time the election cycle came around, this was October 6, 2023, right before October 7, is when they unveiled the Trump is right, actually. We want to build the border wall package that the Oklahoma senator had written.
And if I remember correctly, that was supposed to be a sweetener for the rest of like an economic package. And what happened is that part became the sole aspect of it, as all the sort of the Build Back Better stuff fell away. That was part of the Cinema Portman thing, I think, is like a sweetener in there. And then all of a sudden it became the main thing. I mean, it was just like a tremendous amount of just political malpractice. And this idea that like we look at the polling and polling is static is absurd. We have seen this dramatic change over the course of 8 years with Israel. I mean, it's not like you have multi-generations dying off here. People change in their perspective. We've seen the change in perspective in immigration from Trump, in Trump to Biden. We saw a huge change in immigration. These things move. They are flexible, but if you chase after where the Republicans are going, which is always the case, you're always going to be behind that. You're not going to get out in front of them. You're not going to say, okay, well, instead of deporting, what we should do is shoot all immigrants. I mean, that you're always going to be chasing them, and you're not. It's just it's a fool's errand.
You look like you're lying when that happens. After spending 8 years saying like the border wall is racist and it's silly, to turn around and be like, actually, we want to build a border wall, and the Trump administration is not serious about building the border wall. If you think that that is going to be a message that ends up bringing some of these like white nativists on board with the Democratic Party's agenda, you're out of your freaking mind. Yep. The only thing that it does is make your base of support go in the direction of the Republican Party, because it's a basic admission that, yeah, the Republicans were right. Migrants are a national security problem, and therefore maybe I'm going to go with the guy who was right all along rather than the Democrats now.
Yep. Right. Or I'm going to stay home, which is the other thing that doesn't get discussed enough. It's like when you saw that IMEU analysis, that the plurality opinion for people in terms of who stayed home, they were not motivated to go out because of Gaza, because of her stance on that. But I think it all has a compounding effect where, okay, I can't vote for this person, I don't like either, and I'm just going to stick around. And that's who Zoran interviewed right after the race, and that's what prompted this historic run for him to win this primary. Yeah. And those are the voters we should be focusing on. Like, this strategy of just picking and choosing issues based on how they poll at a current moment, as you say, Sam, as if like the polling is static and that leadership can't change things. It's the anti-politics. It's like, because the Democrats just want to get in power so they can be a concierge like Schumer, or so that they can craft legislation and do the good work of keeping the budget going every year or whatever, where it's like, do you want to do politics? Do you believe in something other than getting into power? People smell that, and that's why the Democratic Party has a lower approval rating than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Anyway, fun times.
Yeah. Speaking of fun times, should we look at the?
I'm gonna pee real quick, but I know exactly this video. I've already watched it, so don't worry.
All right, we're gonna play this. Well,
maybe read some IMs.
Oh yeah, we'll read some IMs. Wiggleland. A lot of people on Medicaid are permanently disabled and completely unable to work. That's why we can't live without publicly funded health care, and why so many are going to die as a result of this awful bill that Democrats did absolutely nothing to prevent. Dave from Jamaica. In the past, they tried prison labor to work the fields. Didn't work. This is skilled labor. Sam, I'm going to need you to pause and do an obligatory poggers. Please and thank you. Folks, poggers. Poggers. Scary Mountain Wizard. For my whole 39 years of life, I have watched the Dems capitulate to the GOP over and over again. It's simplistic to think that they're the same, but it really keeps looking like both parties serve money and power, and one just timidly waves a rainbow. I mean, I think that's a slight oversimplification, but without a doubt, the moneyed interests prevent them from being a successful party. I mean, look, and we can wait for Hassan to come back for this, but when we look at Zoran Mandani's policies, we're basically talking about a FDR Democrat. I mean, none of these policies are particularly, radical in any shape or form. Fiorella LaGuardia did a lot more socialistic things than Mamdani has at this point suggested. So it's sort of ridiculous. Miss Kitty, please read this. Hassan has major BDE. What does that mean?
Don't worry about it, Sam.
All right.
All right.
Should I have not said anything?
Hared. Well, what?
Was a mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
All right. We should. You don't have to come back. We've kept you long enough.
No,
I just IM'd. All right.
How long are you
It's
guys
2
going to go
o'clock.
today?
Oh, you were planning to leave by 2?
Yeah, but it's all
I
good.
didn't know that.
It's fine. You want to promote your show?
Are folks familiar with your show?
Yeah, I have a show myself. Sometimes I talk about politics on there. It's twitch.tv/Hasanabi.
What is that? A snooze?
Is that a Zin?
This is in.
What is this?
In my
Like a snooze?
Trump Zintin.
I don't know what that means.
Nicotine.
It's
Oh,
nicotine.
okay.
I tried
Is
one
it-
of those one
It's
time.
like a snooze, right?
Yeah, but no tobacco.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just the.
It's just pure nicotine.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Yeah, and I was gifted this Trump assassination attempt Zintin. It's my most prized possession.
But you got the the shot where it's clearly failed.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, yeah. That's.
Are you a part of like the liberal conspiracism about that being a fake shooting? There's
I love that.
Me too. I love looking into like
I love Blue Anon,
and then also that the election was stolen. They're also kind of convinced of that. I don't know what that's about.
The election stolen thing is happening. There's a Rockland County lawsuit.
Okay.
And there's the theory is around the drop-off votes between, all the the down ballot things were voted, and a lot of people left it blank up above. I mean, look, you look at those numbers about Israel and Palestine, and you look at the absolute refusal of Harris to indicate that she's going to do a different policy, because most people don't know who, Gordon was. And that there was going to, that she had a different foreign policy. I mean, nobody knows that.
Yeah.
And Philip Gordon, nobody knows who I'm talking about. And the failure to indicate that was ridiculous. But let's play this. Let's play this Alex Jones. You tell me what your thoughts are.
I hope this gets the Blue Anon guys going too, like into calling everybody a pedophile in the Republican Party at least.
I mean. It really does raise some questions.
Yeah.
It would be irresponsible not to speculate.
Yeah, pedocon theory is not, it's like a theory as the theory of gravity is a theory.
All of it. So now by coming in and being part of the cover-up, the Trump administration has become part of it. I mean, it's just, you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm going to go throw up, actually. It only happens every few years when something really, really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically going to puke probably right now.
Oh.
My mouth is watering right now. because I have integrity.
I'll tell you something right now. Look at, I'm going to try and cry. One of the ways I try and cry is I get the sweat that drips off my forehead into my eyes, and I do that by doing this.
Okay, so I watched this whole video yesterday, and let me tell you, first, one of my favorite things that Alex Jones does is he drives on the Texas highway, usually going 25 miles an hour, because there are cars passing him both on the left and the right, which I always find very strange. So he's not even on the rightmost lane.
In a Honda Element.
I like to drive in the middle.
Yeah, and it's not a self-driving car, and this is important, because he films himself while driving and talking, and he uses his hand while he's filming himself with one hand, as in no hand is touching the steering wheel the entire time when he's communicating. Right now he's parked, but in the beginning of this video, he actually does drive to the parking lot. Another thing that I love that Alex Jones does.
Why is he doing that?
I have no idea.
Look at the lighting.
But he will swap hands to use not to grab the steering wheel. He'll swap hands on the camera to change the camera, to use his other hand to speak from time to time. And I mean, that man is a menace on the roads of Texas. I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten into a car accident already.
He looks like he's aged. This has been difficult for him.
Well, I mean, I think he's doing Ozempic, because I can see his neck now, and it's weird. It's weird to be able to see his neck. Like there was, I was reading the comments of my last video because I commented on this. I did a video on this, and people were like, "I didn't realize this was Alex Jones until you pointed it out." Like that's what people were saying.
He does. He looks different. And he also looks like he might. There's like
might be on the verge of tears.
He's got a little bit of like a stroke thing going on with his lip. Seems as I mean, maybe listen. I came from the dentist the other day to do an interview, and I had a lot of Novocaine. So I'm willing to and give him some wide berth here. But go ahead.
Because
I gotta squeeze out.
I have integrity.
Bad audition.
Yeah. I just really need the Trump administration to succeed and to save this country, and they're doing so much good. And then for them to do something like this tears my guts out. And, the left, they're all complicit. They're open.
Oh, yeah.
We know they're pure evil. And they all think it's all funny. Oh, look, Alex is sad. MAGA's tearing itself apart. Your globalist masters literally want you to eat bugs and live in a 5G, 200 square foot coffin apartment.
What?
Look at the left. Look at them all posing with their Pfizer shots looking like dead zombies. I mean, come on. You guys are sick.
As opposed to Alex Jones, beacon of health.
You shouldn't look at those of us that have a soul still and have integrity in pain over this and celebrate, you dumb pieces of fucking shit.
Okay, the funniest part about this.
Your own self.
The funniest part about this is that in the beginning, because this is the end of this commentary,
Yes.
this car rant, which, by the way, Alex Jones being a car rant guy is kind of sad. I mean, it's a little bit of a fall off from like being the most important media member in the right. Years and years of integrity. But his cope for the Jeffrey Epstein files, the client list not being released, and the very clear attempts at like trying to pack this up by Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, both QAnon guys, right? And Pam Bondi, who was also a prosecutor in the state of Florida.
Attorney General, yeah.
Attorney General in the state of Florida during the Epstein stuff from 2011 to 2019, interestingly, just like Alexander Acosta, Trump's former labor secretary, was
Alan
the...
Dershowitz represented both Epstein and Trump.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. A lot of connections there with Jeffrey Epstein. But Alex Jones's cope for all of this, the no revelation, after making this like a signature part of his career for understandable reasons, was Trump's attending to blackmail the blackmailers with the blackmail. He's taken down the deep state. That's the only reason why he won't release these files. He's using the blackmail, the pedophile blackmail, against the deep state right now. That's what he's saying.
It's like the end times people who like just, they did the math wrong, right? Whenever they said the world was going to end. It's just there's always a new layer to this. It's funny too, like Trump is both the strong man, but also always the victim of everybody around him in
deep
like
state.
the right wing circles. Like
I think the problem for Jones is this has ended. This was my meal ticket for almost a decade, and I was relying on at least 2 or 3 more years of this.
I think like
how am I going to? I need to raise money. I need to raise money badly.
President Trump, throw me a bone. Why won't you throw me a bone? Just say like Hillary Clinton's a pedophile or something.
I needed the fund to get to Mexico, where I was hoping to hide out with the money that I've scuttled away.
He's a how like the law enforcement will turn informants in the mafia when they're in like a desperate situation or that kind of thing. The FBI and the CIA and the deep state gotta reach out to Alex Jones. If they haven't already.
I'm sorry. If you don't,
you're pure evil.
I don't think they haven't already.
I think Alex Jones has been a government operative.
Oh, that's what I used to say. It was like if Alex Jones didn't exist, the CIA would invent him. Just because how else can you channel people's political energy down a complete wormhole? Now, essentially, it's like a self-licking ice cream cone. They don't need to seed it anymore. It's a whole industry.
I think the role he played for years and years was like the one truthful thing that he would speak on, packaged in between like lizard people conspiracies to make the one truthful conspiracy seem also ridiculous. Because like, why are you going to trust the interdimensional vampire guy when he says that there are mass government surveillance operations taking place? It might have been a broken clock situation, or it might have been a deliberate attempt by some agents that were feeding him reliable information every now and then, and then feeding him a whole bunch of nonsensical bullshit. So either he was like a willing participant or an unwilling actor here. But I think the role that he played in American political discourse remains one of major worth, at least in the beginning, for the intelligence community.
He had a moment that I see as analogous to I don't know what that crackling is, but he had a moment. There was a moment where Tucker Carlson was on C-SPAN in 2000 talking about Bill O'Reilly, and he had written a book, and he was like, Bill O'Reilly's populism is fake, and it's not going to last. He's going to get some stewardess is going to say he's going to yell at some stewardess, and the whole thing is going to fall apart. And I think Tucker Carlson realized over the years, like, no, it didn't. And when he got into Bill O'Reilly's slot, he pretended like he was the everyman. And there's a similar clip of Alex Jones talking about David Icke, a British guy who came up with all the changeling lizard people stuff. And he said, he's the turd in the punch bowl while I'm giving real information, back in the day.
Yeah.
And I think Alex Jones realized at one point, like, actually, no, I can
be the turd in the punch bowl.
I can be the turd in the punch bowl and do much better. And that, I think, is, where it landed him. He just got caught, essentially.
But I do think that like conspiracy theories play a really important role in political discourse in perpetuity. It's not like a new phenomena.
John Birch Society.
And yeah, and absolutely. And the reason why, I mean, we're seeing it in popular discourse now. It's never been as we've never been as conspiratorial as we are now, for sure.
That's because I think of tech.
Yeah, that definitely, social media plays a major role in it. But the reason why it plays a formative role is because it's a byproduct of liberalism. If the world in this like spiritual idealized version is built around the good bad dynamic, like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, instead of an underlying materialist analysis for how history is moving, then you ultimately have to find villains. And those villains have to be, shadowy figures that are in cigar smoke-filled rooms, and like backdoor deals that are moving society in a direction for pure evil, rather than doing it in broad daylight through class interests that they express with regular frequency, with no pushback whatsoever. And I think that's the reason why liberalism